Feeding people the truth. Live tonight, Architects of Humanity. Like, say what's up to everybody. CF, is this about Zachary Hubbard's number stuff? No, it is not. And somebody mentioned something like that on the last stream. I don't know if you guys are his trolls or his supporters. I'm not sure. You know, it's like I said, I don't really got a problem with people thinking the way they think. I've noticed that people got a problem with me not thinking the way they think, you know? And, when I think about it, it's like there's not much to really say. People are going to have their opinions. They're going to be stuck in their beliefs, and they're going to claim not to believe anything, but yet stuck in a belief. Everybody knows that I've battled dating coaches. I'm not a dating coach, relationship expert, person that can look at relationships and see the truth at the base of what's going on. And I left that because when I noticed so many cucks out there, house husbands, guys where the woman wear the pants in the family. We see it with Rolo. We see it with Cooper, all of these other guys. I said, you know what? Let them do what they're going to. Their punishment is being with the person they're with. So you don't have to do anything, The way people treat you and talk about you, that's their karma. The way you respond, that's yours. But some people don't think that's true. Waking people up to the truth, it can carry significant dangers because it directly threatens their identity. Remember, when I say something about somebody's idea, I don't say nothing about them, but they're not psychologically equipped to separate those two. So when they say something about people, they attack the person. And then they'll try to backpedal on the unicycle like a clown and say they didn't mean that, or they were attacking the idea. Well, why didn't you say that? Why did you mention the person then? So we see that a lot. I saw it when guys were trying to say things about the so-called sphere that we used to be in. And eventually things came to pass that were true that I had mentioned. I don't need to bring that up because that's in the past. This is the present going toward the future. And waking people up, this is why I labeled it feeding people the truth. And it's like feeding a baby in a high chair something that they don't want. They spit it back out, The kid who is mentally disabled that spits the applesauce back at you, spits the truth back at you. They don't want to know that, right? When people tell me that they think someone is running the world or a group, but yet there's something behind that group, which people have said, well, that means that those people aren't really running the world. It's who is behind them. And we're not able to see that at the moment, and we might not before we pass into the next. But some people will go around kind of like Alex Jones, they'll have that, that Chicken Little syndrome, I think I called it, CLS, Chicken Little syndrome. But feeding people the truth, there is a danger to that. And that's why I don't really push it on anybody. I just mention it. And if they can gravitate toward it, fine. In psychology and philosophy, you can't force someone to confront reality. They're not ready. For many causes, it can produce harm rather than good. It can affect their fantasy island. And I'm not trying to pull nobody out of fantasy island. We can meet on the borders, like I said before. Fantasy island borders reality. Mr. X, what's up? I just noticed you there. I was on the other page.
All good, all good. Nice introduction so far, MD. You're doing a great job. Just say real quick, I think what separates us, I've been hearing some of the Zach streams, what he's been saying, but what separates us from the rest is we're willing to hear other people out. We're open-minded. If you want to bring in your position and what you believe, we'll listen. We have no problem with that. We're not going to tell or force our beliefs on somebody else. That's what separates the truth seekers from the non-truth seekers, is they're willing to accept other points of view and hear them out.
Yeah. And we're not trying to put a belief on anyone either. We'll present a fact, and some people just won't accept it. When they say that okay, we even know. You're not going to know who's really behind what's going on.
Yeah.
And like I said before, if it was mafia families and you were to say that, you wouldn't be around too long. So saying it about somebody that's much more powerful worldwide, right?
Hmm.
They're not going to do nothing to you. So
Right.
if that's not happening, then it doesn't seem like it's really them. But
Especially if you talk the way you talk on the YouTube. You know what I'm saying?
yeah, when people say stuff like that, I realize that, it's again the Alex Jones effect, David Icke, trying to pull people together through fear, through, hey, let me sell this garbage or whatever, which we've
Hmm.
seen with the dating courses. I mean, that's like just ridiculous. I mean, I've
Yeah.
said it before. When you look at a guy and you see a situation, it tells you everything about the woman he's with. You see everything, and they can cope, they can say whatever they want. But, when you look at it, people, and Tom Likas had said this when I spoke with him years ago, that they make somebody that looks single, like if it's a problem, just the word itself, like alone or whatever. But he had to get married 4 times to realize that, it wasn't the answer for him. Now, for some people, it might be the answer. Over time, we see that most of the time it's not.
No.
They think of it at first, but eventually it comes to where it's not. And you can't feed them that truth. They'll never be ready for that. Remember, most people are going to live and die in denial.
True.
I've never tried to push my thoughts, my thinking, my evidence on anyone else. But I've noticed a lot of people try to push theirs on me. That's what I've noticed.
Big time. And they want you to represent their beliefs too.
Yeah.
I think they really want you to speak for them because they know you're good at speaking. You have a natural talent for that and getting people's attention. And then when you reject it, they get pissed off. I've noticed this too many times all around. I think you know who I'm talking about, just a million people. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, yeah. They try to get me to go back to those other streams, and I'm just like, there's just no way. I mean, if they're gonna pay me to do it, fine.
Yeah.
And like I said, you don't, somebody had sent me some clips and stuff. When I say, look, a person's idea, I don't think it's right, and then, somebody automatically attacks the person. Like I talk about certain things just to see what a person will say, to
Hmm.
see if they'll talk later on. Now, most people aren't smart enough to realize that. It's like a bit of bait you put out there. It's like, yeah, okay, fine. Finances are tough for everyone. When
Yeah.
somebody says to me that it's not tough and they're charging people for something, I see the liar right there.
Exactly. And if I was to approach you, let's say I had some idea and I wanted you to be the speaker for it because you can speak very well and you can attract people's attention. My next question to you would be, what can I do for you then? That would
Hmm.
be my next question. How can I help you do it? What do you need from me in order for you to represent my ideas?
Hmm.
That's how I
Well,
would approach you with something like that.
yeah, yeah. And my response would be, it just has to be that you're not ripping somebody off for
Hmm.
some type of gambling scheme or dating course or something like that. We see
Right.
that with people. It's always buy my course, buy my product, all of this stuff. And they get mad when a person like myself speaks the truth on that because they're scamming people. They're
Yes.
scamming people. If you got money, don't charge nobody. Shut
Facts.
up and don't charge nobody
Big
if you
fact.
got money. If, oh, you're charging people, well, then you must be a liar.
Yep.
Because for your financial situation to be on that, it's like, okay, I see where you're at. And it's easy for somebody to try to call out and say some shame. I know what shame is like. I've seen it throughout my life. So when somebody tries to do that, especially if it's a man, and it's like a very feminine trait.
It is.
It's an extremely feminine trait, and it's cool. I mean, I look at some of these guys that want me to come back into dating relationship, and I'm probably not. But when somebody mistakenly calls me a dating coach because
Hmm.
they don't understand the past of what I've done, you've seen. I
Yeah.
basically went against all of the dating coaches,
Hmm.
fought many of them, and defeated them, and now they've withered away. Everybody saw them for the scam artists that they are, just the way that they might see other people for the scam artists as they are. I don't know if they will, but maybe, it's a possibility. I'm not going to call anybody out because, like I said, it's not about the person. It's more about the idea. And to
Yeah.
say, like you and I saw, it's like, okay, there's something behind everything that you think, right? Okay,
Of course.
well,
And I can already see the scam in others. I'm not going to mention it, but I can see the scam already.
yeah, yeah. No, I see
I
that.
think you see it too, but I
Oh,
don't think.
clearly. I clearly see it. I just, I don't want to go. There's no sense to even feed into that because we already see that most people aren't mature enough. They're immature males. They're not men. They're immature males raising children. That's the worst thing about it. So
Yeah.
now these kids are doomed, basically. When somebody sees that their parents are idiots, it affects them. It affects them in a way when they grow up.
Sure.
I knew this guy. He Lennon Honor. He still roasts. He roasts a few people. I met him back like in 2012, 2011. He had a YouTube channel, which he still has, but he switched. He used to analyze Star Trek and like videos and stuff and get really deep into it. I mean, he got deep into it, but he'd always have his kids on the background and all of that. And I'm like, well, what's this guy doing? Trying to sell his family life or something like that? And he's a cool dude, but yeah, it's like you start to realize like, wow, man, it's like, so, you know, if anything, I've noticed people that keep their children like more secret. I have more respect for them. I think when the kids grow up, they would have more respect for them, not put them out as if you're selling them or using them as a selling point.
I
And
only
let,
brought up my daughter because she's in her 20s. You know what I'm saying? So she's
yeah,
an adult. It's not a kid.
exactly. And even that, she knows, okay, there's a limit. If you're talking about something, it seems a little salesy. When
Yeah.
Lennon used to do it with his kids, I was like, wow, man, it definitely seems a little salesy. But hey, maybe some people watch him and they copycat. There's a lot of copycats out there, but you can't feed people that truth. The cognitive dissonance is always there. When faced with conflicting information, they can't deal with distrust. They respond by doubling down on lies to protect the ego, like we spoke about before. It's
Yeah.
funny when and I mean, guys have made videos upon videos about me. I mean, they just couldn't get enough. Like just and I was like, you know what? People will eventually see. People will eventually see. They saw it with Andrew Tate. They saw it with Fresh and Fit and those guys. The other guys passed away, so
Mm.
it's just, and I don't even say much about them. I let them just stay where they're at. There's no sense, and there's a point where you let things stay that way. You don't. I notice guys would attack them and stuff, and I'm like, look, just let them rest where they are. You
Yeah.
know,
And my whole motivation for coming on the old streams was I was trying to save some guys because they were playing with fire. This whole game crap, that's playing with fire. I'd hate to see somebody just get their lives ruined. You know what I'm saying?
yeah,
Like
yeah,
what happened to the one? What was the guy? The guy from Germany? I can't remember what was his name. Pandemic. Remember him?
yeah, yeah.
Like face punched in by running up to some girl.
Oh man, he was trying to talk to that girl in front of the club in Germany,
Yeah.
and the guy beat him up, and he got that from the dating coaches doing, yeah, you do stupid things, you win stupid prizes, and
Yeah.
I try to tell people, and Pandemic is a cool guy. He still comes on as a different name because I think YouTube made him change it. He's
Hmm.
Woke 99 or something like that.
Gotcha.
And yeah, he's like really Pandemic is a cool guy. I saw the stages he went through, and after spending, he spent like $600 to basically learn how to go up and bother somebody and then have their boyfriend beat him up, and
Yeah.
and he'll be open about that.
I know, because in the past, I mean, when I was younger, I could get away with a lot more. I didn't know why necessarily, but
Hmm.
other guys they couldn't get away with what I could get away with. You know what
Yeah,
I'm saying? And it just is what it is.
it is. It is. Guys think that they know people when they don't really know that. I mean,
Hmm.
Pandemic, hopefully, I think the time we stream, because right now it's like, I think 4 in the morning in Germany. So like it's hard for him to come on. Sometimes he pops up, I notice, if I stream early enough. I hope he's doing all right. I know he goes through a lot, but he was a person that was able to accept the truth. Once he
Yeah.
started hearing us, he said, wow, this was the only place he could come on and speak about who had ripped him off for the courses, the money that they were charging, the groups to be in on Facebook. He said he paid $100, I think, and it was supposed to be a lifetime group. And then they banned him because he started asking questions.
Hmm. And he wasn't probably paying any more money too, you
No, no,
know.
no. He only paid 100. It was a
Yeah,
hundred, and you're there for a lifetime.
yeah,
So it's
that's
like saying you can join this Facebook group. All you have to pay is 100, and you don't pay nothing else.
yeah,
So I think, I hear what you're saying, that if he's not continually contributing, or like, because they'll try to pressure you. Who was it? Phil had came on, and he goes, they always try to say, oh, you gotta level up and get the next course, and
yep.
and then I think he was out a good bit, man, a couple of thousand, and that's when he found us. And
That's
then
what
when
they do
we,
with get rich real estate scams. It's the same thing. You buy one
same
course,
thing,
but then
to
you got to
get
buy
rich.
another course. You know?
Yep. Oh yeah, the get rich is like that. I
Yep.
mean, anything with gambling, people, if you look into Gamblers Anonymous, you'll see that deep down inside, the gambler really wants to lose. The gambler does not want to win. They want the
You're right
story.
about. I think you're right about that.
Yeah, I had to look into that for people that I cared that had a gambling, they had a problem, and I started to see like, wow, this is a serious thing.
And
That Mhm.
appealing to that the gambling sickness, the addiction, I can see where some guys are trying to like take advantage of that. I'm not saying names, but I can see who's trying to take advantage of the addictive
Oh,
game.
clearly, clearly. I mean, when somebody tries to make fun of someone's financial situation, that
Hmm.
right there shows me that they're already in the toilet bowl.
Yeah,
So all you got to do is flush it. And to say that, if it's, talking about a situation that might relate to the person, that's a different way. But like I said, most of these people aren't psychologically equipped. They're not they don't have the intelligence to think of that because they're too busy scamming people.
that's right.
And then to tell somebody like, yo, to basically, I mean, one thing, it shows me that you don't have any courage, because anybody, we always pin the link to the chat. If they had a pair, they could jump on and voice it.
That's
But to
right.
say it, behind somebody's back, because I don't watch anybody else's stream. I'll go around when
Get
stuff
bored.
pops up live. I'll hop on a stream before I listen to somebody's whole stream because I'm too busy streaming every day. And
Sure.
streaming every day is tough. That's where I give Zach a lot of credit, man. I mean, for him he's like a streaming crackhead, man. It's like
Yeah.
twice a, I'm like, holy smokes. I'm like, who could, that's a lot of credit, man. That takes discipline to do that. But,
Yeah.
the minions that follow, like his, Spurgwood that came on, I start to see how these guys are clearly the nut huggers. And then the other people that have contacted me trying to slander, and I made sure that none of that comes through. I made sure, like, hey, you know what? I'm not going to ban them if they don't say anything that's threatening or any
Sure.
racial stuff or doxing anyone. I'm not going to, it's like, hey, you're allowed to disagree. And I think that's a good thing.
Yeah. But we got to abide by the terms of service for the sake of the stream. It's YouTube.
Exactly,
YouTube.
exactly. And I've noticed, some of these guys, they did come in and they said, look, they tried to throw some warnings out there. They said, look, man, we're warning you when he flips, And I'm
Hmm.
like, hey, I mean, you've seen, I've had guys way closer than that flip on me,
Sure.
start channels, you remember Koala and all of them, and
Yep.
then try to roast and and I'm looking at them like, wow, I understand, because that's the life that they had to live. Like, we already know, when you're limited to only a certain group of women to date, it affects your life. It affects your life. We see these guys that, they are in relationships, and it's like, wow, it's like, that's your wife. It's like, holy smokes. It's like, your life sucks. And I'm not going to tell you your life sucks, but you start to see why the koala acts like that, why Rolo and all these other guys are like that. It's like, wow. It's like you've never had the privileged dating life that I've had. I've had a great life, you know. I mean, a lot of people, again, they're lazy. I was a veteran when I was a teenager and came out in my 20s. And, you know, a lot of these people couldn't even do a couple of months in there. And not to say anything bad about anybody that didn't, you know, go into the military. It's just to say, how are you going to criticize somebody that did do it? Like when Jose tried to come on and
Yeah,
call everybody cowards. And I'm like, wow. So you're calling people cowards that were in the military that didn't stay in for 20 years. You know, and I'm thinking to myself, and I'm like, wow, you know, and what was he again? He was a casino crackhead.
that's right. I mean,
Yeah,
it's the sewer. It was the sewer. It really
yeah,
was. The type of
yeah,
people that were coming out. There's no reason to do that.
yeah,
There's no
exactly.
reason whatsoever to say what you
Yeah.
said, unless you got some serious mental health
Well,
issues. You know?
when somebody tries to shame or attack the position because somebody's been in the military, it
Hmm.
just shows you how low they actually are. It's like, wow, this
Yeah,
person, I actually pity them because it's that they don't really have much accomplishment in life.
that's
And they
right.
might try to say, well, you know, you're a financial sit. Well, I say things like that to see what people are going to say, to see if they're going to carry news. You give them a weapon with empty bullets.
That's right.
And you say, hey, great, I'm glad you said that because I needed you to verify that you were a piece of crap
Yeah,
first.
that's
You know,
right.
and I couldn't do, I can't say that. They have to be the one to show that. And even then, I still have forgiveness for them. I still look at them because I pity them. I look at them like, wow, this person has lived a life where they've basically been a reject. And they're going to, if they're not mature enough, they're going to act like the reject that they've been treated like,
Hmm.
which we see that in psychology. I mean, this is, I've noticed a lot of people, they learn a little bit of something and they think they know everything.
Yeah.
They think they know everything. I spoke with Drew today, actually, and I had asked him because Drew does betting and, you know, he's been doing it for 20 years on sports. He watches a lot of sports and he wins a lot of money. He
Hmm.
was up like 20 grand. I was like, holy smokes, he makes good money. And I asked him, I said, hey, you were in the chat the other day. And I said, I thought you jumped back in because we hadn't spoken for a few months when we had a little like kind of falling out a few months ago. And I noticed he was in the chat and I said, hey, are you in the chat? Because I know you bet. I said, were you watching this guy that's got the numbers channel? And he goes, no. He goes, I didn't know him. So I explained to him. I said, hey, is it possible with like numerology and gematria to really like make that type of money or is it a scam? And he said, no. I said, it's a scam, man. He goes even top gamblers only win like 53, 58% of the time. He goes, and it's kind of like what I said, when you see people that are gamblers to that point, they get kind of they get nervous. They have a lot of anxiety. Even if they win money, and let's just say they're at a point where they wouldn't have to gamble anymore, they're
Hmm.
never going to stop.
That's right.
You know, it's like that's the basically the thing that is the wanting to lose for the sake of being able to tell a story to people. Like, oh, well, I've won this much money and stuff like that, and I've seen it over and over with people, and
But
it's
honestly, I was just going to say this gematria thing and the gamblers, that seems to be what's going on here. It's just desperate gamblers just looking for some answers, just like desperate men looking for an answer to their female problems. That's what's they're,
yeah,
getting.
desperation is the common denominator.
Yes.
Desperation, and that's how they get people to fall into the trap. And
Hmm.
that's a real like that's a real low thing to do. That's a very deceitful thing to do to
The
people.
playbook has been done over and over again. The get rich quick scams, they were just
Yeah,
for people who were financially struggling.
yeah,
Rich people didn't sign up for the courses. It was people who were working, menial labor jobs and struggling to pay bills.
yeah,
They were the ones that say, "Oh, this is it. I can make $1
yeah,
million and be financially free."
exactly. Yeah,
You see it in the hood. That's where all the scams are. You know that.
yeah, yeah, definitely. And when I think about, the guys that claim to be well off from gambling, it's like, well, why are you charging people? It seems that you're a scam artist that's charging people who are addicted that really need help. But no, you feed the addiction and charge them money for it.
Exactly. And there was no free picks. I noticed that. No
Oh,
free.
there's definitely not. When Drew was telling me I said, could you analyze this for me, man? And he's a professional gambler. I
Mm-hmm.
mean, he just said, I think he just lost, he won 2 grand and lost one. So it was on two of the football, one of the recent games, because he's a sports zombie. He admits it and everything. And he was like, yeah. And I said, well, is there a possibility to figure this out? Some of the things are definitely rigged. And he said, it's just, he goes, if that could happen, he goes, you know how many people would be doing that?
Yeah.
He goes, you know what a big, and he kind of woke me up because, I'm always like forgiving and welcoming the people. And, and he said, yeah, it's desperation. And what's funny is, and this is what the thing about feeding people truth, like when you feed the baby the applesauce or the medicine and they spit it back. We got a baby here that just spit back the medicine. So we
Mm-hmm.
said it's desperation. He doesn't think he is because he's probably one of the desperate people that is in denial.
Yeah. Exactly.
Yeah, the first thing is to be honest with yourself. This is how they prey on people through.
Exactly.
Exactly.
I mean, I
Exactly.
could tell you, like, imagine this. I say, okay, I know who's running the whole world. I know what's going to happen next with the world war. But if you really want to know something, I'll give you next week's football game picks. I mean, this like, is this insanity or what? It's like, wait a minute. One part, you tell me who runs the world, how they're going to oppress us, but I'm going to also give you the football picks. It's like you got the whole thing covered. Okay, whatever.
you
You
know,
know,
that
everything is covered.
is kind of, yeah. Yeah,
Yeah,
that's a good way to see it. It's like, yeah, everything. That's why I said it's kind of Alex Jones's, the Chicken Little syndrome.
yeah.
A brick hits him, and oh, it's everything. It's these people. It's those people. I know exactly what it is. I can see everything. And
The Jesuits are fixing the basketball game. It's because
oh
of the
man,
Knicks. That's why the Knicks won. I mean, give
it's
me a
like buy my picks. It's just like a dating coach.
It
It's like,
is.
oh yeah, buy my course, buy my picks, right?
Yeah.
Buy my picks, and it's like, wow. And it just, and even if they want to do that, fine. But when it comes into trying to slander somebody or try to shame them, you know, it's like, wow. Back in, I would normally roast, but there's really no sense,
Yeah. No. Don't
yeah,
do anything that raises your blood pressure. If you want to laugh, that's the best thing. Make some jokes and laugh.
yeah,
That's what you should do. Don't
yeah,
raise your blood pressure. They're not worth it.
yeah.
They're not
Well,
worth it.
also,
That's how I look at things.
yeah, it's also better to be friends with people.
Yeah.
Um, Yeah, and I guess Babyface Bronson or whatever. I guess this is Calix or something. Yeah, and guess what? You know what? People have been addicted to those rigged sports games too
Yeah.
since Roman times, and even before that. So, what are you saying, really? Again, you have a cognitive dissonance. You don't want to admit that you're a
Mhm.
desperate crackhead for gambling,
That's
and
right.
that's how they catch you in there. You
Yeah.
know, you have to what is it with those alcohol anonymous something like admittance is the first step, like admitting they're an alcoholic or admitting you're a gambling crackhead. That's the first step, not trying to tell me that it's not about desperation and sports games have been rigged since Roman time. Everything, it's right there. You see the scrambling, like, they're straight on the ground looking for the crack rock. And it's like, look, I hope you get better. Maybe we can find some rehab for you. And it's like,
Yeah.
again, you're trying to feed people the truth, like the name of the stream, and it can backfire. It can have what's known as the backfire effect, forcing facts onto an unready mind. And that's like cipher from the matrix that betrayed everybody. It causes immediate aggressive and rejection. So we have an aggressive person. They're rejecting any knowledge. They'll isolate or villainize the truth teller. And that's what I saw on the clip that somebody sent me. And I was just like, wow. I was like, try to villainize. But that's cool because I'm happy with being the villain.
Hmm.
I'm always happy with being the villain. You've known that. I mean, I was like the most hated person in the sphere of dating, and because I told the truth.
But you were the villain to the scammers and the liars. That's who you were a villain to. The
Exactly.
con artists. You know what I mean? So
Yeah.
That's
Yeah,
good
they
to be
tried.
that kind of villain then. You know.
Yeah, they tried to villainize the truth teller, and under the disguise that they were telling the truth. And it's like, really, it's like if you're this guy that is getting these women, why is your wife ugly?
Exactly.
It's like what Rolo got mad when I said that. Yeah, I was like, come on, man. I was like, we know the deal. We've seen it.
And that guy Hogwood, he's been streaming lately. I sometimes troll on there, but he is not a straight male. I mean, that's a done deal. He is not into women at all. That guy is totally
Yeah,
on
they
the other
prey
side.
on men. Yeah, they prey on men.
Him and his hot dude army, all they want are men. That's all they
Yeah,
want.
that's all they're searching for is dudes. I mean, just the name alone when
Hot
they were
dude
doing that.
army. I texted into him, what happened to the hot dude army? How can I join? I was like, under some other name, you know.
What did he say when you said
Oh,
that?
is it the links up there? The links up there
Oh,
to join the hot dude army.
oh my
Yeah.
goodness, man. He had some old streams where people were even like, you know, they were just like, man, it just
If you have to join the hot dude army, man, it's over.
it's over. Yeah, it
It's
never began.
over.
Yeah.
Yeah, but he's in there wearing a tank top and oh my
Yeah.
god. Just like
Discretion, man. This is an excellent comment. He says, I've never understood how it's possible to be addicted to gambling. It's basically being addicted to losing money. Wow. Or addicted to being a loser. Like you see some people, and hopefully they can heal themselves, you
I've
know.
known people like this. It's hard to say.
Hmm.
Um,
Yeah.
a lot of times it's just the thrill, the excitement. You know what I mean? They feel alive
Yeah.
at the casino and they can't control that excitement. Like me, I can go to a casino, I can
They
turn it
get
off like that.
they're like again like a kid in the candy store. And Bronson or Calix or whoever this is, and Zach knows he's always welcome to come on the
Of
string.
course.
But why don't you grow a pair of balls and come on yourself, man? If you
Yeah.
if
Tell
you
us about the 201 and the 490.
yeah, you know what I'm saying? It's like always trying to get somebody else to fight your battles. Be a
Yeah.
man, or maybe he's not a man, who knows?
I don't
A
think
lot
so.
of these guys are males. They'll never mature into men. Never. And I've always said that everybody's welcome, as long as they stay within the rules. I mean, when Spurgwood came on, I mean, he spurged out. I
Yeah.
think it was planted that way because he was getting very irrational. I was like, look, I demonstrated it to you. I did it in real time. Sven called it out. Sven said he's the lieutenant for Count Zacula
Yeah.
and that he'll fight to the death, and I saw, like, I guess he jumped out the window because, he just jumped off the stream eventually. And
Now, a lot of his supporters might be in on it with him. Maybe they.
it could be. I've noticed a lot of people come over, jump on the stream and stuff like that. And it just you know,
Same
you
as the
know,
dating coaches. They all kind of had a network. You know what I mean?
oh yeah, they were sending people over and they were just
Yeah.
like, wow. They were trying to say that too. They tried to do the same scamish thing, saying, oh, you're a dating coach. You wrote books on. It's like, look, I wrote books, and the first law in the 48 laws of dating is never trust a dating coach.
hmm
So when somebody tries to call me that, I realize that again, they're not really seeing the truth of it. They're not mentally equipped. They're ill prepared, stupid, so to speak. Like I said, we're all susceptible to being stupid. Some
hmm
people abuse the privilege, though. It's just Sig, what's up, bro? Good to see you. Yeah, man. I mean, I think, honestly, and this is the thing about truth that people might not, again, they don't want to hear because the truth hurts. And that hurt is the pain of growth.
Yeah.
If you want to grow, some people don't want that, but any type of card game, if you're playing for any stakes, then that's gambling.
Yeah.
That's gambling. I
But
mean,
gambling should be only for I do it to entertain myself.
I
And I
mean,
do it once in a blue moon, and it's with money I can throw away. But it's
yeah,
meant for entertainment only.
and even that, when I think about, like,
hmm
I was never really into gambling. I'd rather have a conversation with people about some deep existential stuff, psychology, psychiatry, philosophy, and I guess doing that with many people on the higher ups, doctors, dentists, surgeons, people who are in high parts of society. Like we see Jamal comes on here. He's a pilot for Delta. He
Yeah.
used to work for Delta. It's like we have people that are actually have a mind, and you learn from that. You can learn more with talking with a wise person than you get out of years of college. You just have one conversation with a person and
That's
learn and say, hey, you know what, this is where it's at. So me, that's my thing, talking with people, saying, hey, I'd like to learn something. And I think it was a great experience with Zach, that he had me on a stream and he liked what I was saying and all of that. But I think the immaturity of acting like a child basically is to say, well, because I don't believe what he believes, now it's gives him a right to call me names, like
He wanted you in his camp. That's really what it was. He wanted you in his camp, pushing us to.
and I'm flattered that I'm flattered for that. But to go on and start attacking a person, and saying certain things, it's like that that's not really saying much about me. It's saying more about you,
Yeah,
because
that kind of the veil has been lifted at that
yeah, the
point.
veil has been lifted. Because I said it before. I said I will not attack his character, himself. I'm not going to know. An idea, yeah. The Jesuits, like Alex Jones on a bullhorn,
Hmm.
that I'm not with that, and I'm still not attacking it. I'm just saying, look, this is what I see it as, and there's something behind it, which Spurgwood and some of these other guys even admitted. So it's like, so think about this. You're saying that they're behind everything, but there's something behind them. So they are not the ones behind everything.
Yeah, yeah.
Logic would dictate that. And that's what it is. I think we have Jay Smooth. Let me just put the thing, see what, and a lot of people were trying to start beef, and I was like, nah, I ain't trying to, I'm more mature,
Of
I'm
course, MD though. I gotta get ready for work, but I'll be
Yeah,
back.
sure. We'll talk, bro. It's appreciate it coming
No, I'll
on.
come back in 20 minutes. I just gotta, do
Yeah,
my thing.
yeah. All right, I should be on. I got a guy here, Hustler. Is that you?
Yo,
Yeah,
yo, can you hear me?
yeah, I can hear you, man.
All right, because sometimes StreamYard don't work, man.
Yeah, yeah, I've noticed, man.
But I'm
Sometimes
glad you can hear me. Yo, I
so,
heard you talking about the gambling thing, bro. I found you from Zach's channel.
and I
And right as I was hopping on, I wasn't able to hear what you said. You said something about Zach got mad at you or something or started acting immature right as I was hopping on. And then I didn't hear what you was saying because the screen was loading. So what fill me in real quick what you said if you don't mind.
from what I'm seeing is because and this is nothing against him. I like, I think he's a cool guy. Uh, this is not anything about himself. It's just that I don't see, like with all the Jesuit stuff and everything. We were talking the other day on the stream, and I'm like, okay, if somebody tells
Damn,
me,
bro. Hey,
huh?
hold on. If you're talking, I can't hear you. I'm gonna have to call in on a different device.
Okay, you can't hear what I'm
Cause
saying?
like I said, StreamYards be tripping.
Okay, if
So
you
let me
can't,
call in on another device real quick, bro.
okay, okay,
Hold on.
cool, cool. Um, yeah, I'm just let me see. I mean, it just let me fix this thing right here, because I had some illusions too set up to talk about. But when we go into the psychological and social dangers of waking people up, that is not ready to be woken, they're unready. The mind is very fragile. It can cause psychological destabilization. So the sudden exposure to complex realities can trigger severe anxiety and sensory overload. And without emotional readiness, a person can lose touch with reality. And in this sense, they start to lash out, they start to attack people instead of considering the ideas that they don't agree or they agree with. And this is how we become more mature. This is what the stream is about. It's about helping people become more aware, to say, hey, you know what? What's more important to you? And that's the main question that you have to ask yourself. I try to teach by example. I also present knowledge that people can learn from. And when other people come on or promote or whatever, I realize, okay, there's a reason for that. Sometimes people will say, well, I just really like what he's saying, this and that. And then that could turn into, now all of a sudden they don't like it. So what did they say before then? Then that means they were lying. So it's easy when you just recall what's going on. And that's okay. That's okay, because I'm going to have people lie to me. They have lied to me, and they will lie to me again. That's just a part of life. So everybody that's listening to understand that can maybe become a little bit more compassionate, empathic, to say, hey, you know what, this person, for them to go through that, that means that they're fighting a pretty hard battle in their life. And this is why I do this. I think this is this Jay Smooth.
Yo.
Yeah, can you hear me?
Yeah, bro. Can you hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you. You can hear me, right?
StreamYard just tripping. I don't know what their problem is.
They always trip, man. They always trip.
Listen, I found you off Zach's channel, bro, and
It's
I heard you say
a
he
little
was
muffled. Like, are
he
you
was
on a headphone or something? It's a little bit muffled.
Here, how's that?
Oh yeah, much clearer. Yeah, much better. Yeah.
All right, let me stop fucking around, bro.
I try to keep the cursing to a minimum. I appreciate it.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, just
How come that is? You trying to get paid off of this or what?
well, I'm trying to keep the stream to where there's as least amount of cursing possible, so it hits a wider audience. If somebody's younger and wants to learn on how to act mature, they can listen to it.
Sure.
Yeah,
Hey,
you know,
I see that. I respect that. I seen a study one time a couple years back that said intelligent people actually cuss more. But no, I feel what you're saying.
yeah. I honestly don't think that study is correct. I've heard a few things that people use cuss words when they don't have nothing better to say. Like it's a lack of intelligence, actually, and we all do it. Like because it emphasizes. You know, we try to put an emphasize by putting an F word or another word onto it. But really, if we use different types of adjectives or other ways to express with metaphors, younger people will see that and learn from a better example. They'll learn that curses and words carry vibrations. They carry an energy. That's why it's called a curse. And these are things we play with that I think we don't really know the full power, the extent, because they can hurt people. And playing around, yeah, they can emphasize a point, but I think we can use other words to emphasize those points.
Well, I guess we'll agree to disagree. I feel like you kind of veered off from the point there. If someone walks up to me and says, F you, this and that, I'm not going to get any offense. I'm not going to lose sleep at night, you know. So maybe we'll just agree to disagree on that one.
Well, I mean, if somebody says that, I mean, yeah, I mean, it's like that. This is perfect for the stream because it basically deals with, um, feeding people the truth. It's a hard thing to feed people. It's a perfect conversation for that. Culture Media TV says, "Ain't me, buddy." Yeah, and yeah, it just it figures punk rock would say that dude is stalking like 100 women. It's like that's a creepy dude. Yeah, it's not King Richards though. Oh, you sure? That's definitely King Richard there. Wow, I didn't know. Yeah, are you King Richard or are you somebody different? Easy Money.
What's up? What'd you say?
Are you King Richard or are you?
No. In the chat, King Richard in the chat. No.
All right. No, no. Somebody was saying in the chat. I guess they thought that that's who you were.
No, King Richard. No, I don't know who that is. I don't. Man, I'm too real to be ducking, dodging on two accounts. I keep it on one account, bro. I'm me. If you like it, you like it, bro. Some people from Hubbard's channel probably know me because I call in. I'm only able to call in on the late night streams. I don't really call into the day streams, but
Mhm.
some people probably know me from his channel, man.
No, that's cool. I'm glad you found this channel through that. I appreciate them with all of the promotion and stuff. I think now it's a little he's gotten to a point where, you know, he's gonna do his thing, I'm gonna do my thing, and that's cool. You know, that's
Yeah.
definitely cool.
So was it that you something about you don't agree with the whole numerology thing? Is that what it is? And he got mad about that
I
kind
think
of?
I think numerology and gematria have its place. Um and you know, but I was asking like, okay, if somebody tells me that they're putting something in the water, that knowledge, I can go get a water filter. Okay, so that's where that knowledge can lead to. Somebody tells me they're spraying tomatoes with a pesticide that's very dangerous. Okay, that knowledge, I can buy tomatoes that's not sprayed with the pesticide. With
Yeah.
gematria and numerology and the Jesuits and constantly being pushed on, okay, what can I use that for? Like in comparison to the water filter and the fresh tomatoes, what is that leading me to? Like what is it? Is it buy my gambling course, or is it like I don't see the relevancy of that. I think it's kind of like Chicken Little syndrome. Like if you've ever heard of the Chicken Little story, the Chicken Little gets hit on the head with a brick that falls off a building and thinks the sky is falling and runs around like Alex Jones telling everybody the sky is falling. Now, that's the way that I see it. And unless somebody can explain it, maybe I'm not smart enough to see it right now. But for somebody to attack me for not seeing it, it tells me that wait, that's the red flag to say this person one is extremely immature
Uh-huh.
because of the attack. Because thinking is hard. That's why people judge. Thinking is hard, man. Topsy, you haven't been here before. Who are you?
Um, I've been following you for a couple weeks now, but I never like chimed in and said anything. I just hearing you out, trying to feel you out, see where you're at. And I like a lot of your views, man, and like where you stand. And I found you through Zach, and I've been like a in the gematria community for like a decade now, since 2016. But I fell out with Zach because like what's happening right now. And I see the dude punk rock in the comments saying that I'm a troll, and that's their retort every time.
Oh yeah,
Um,
punk rock is a creepy dude that stalks. He said on the last one he stalked 100 women. He goes, "Oh, if you approach 100 women," so I knew right there he was a dating roach.
yeah,
And
but anybody that has detracted from Zach and his movement simply because they hold him accountable, they're labeled a hater and a troll. I've never went on an ad hominem attack about Zach or anything. I just simply hold him accountable for things that he said. And
wow, did you like bet on anything and lose money, or was it just something he said?
no, it's not nothing to do with betting. It's just things that he said.
Hmm.
Yeah, it's nothing to do with betting. I'm not a degenerate gambler, so that's not
Yeah,
anything that I fall
yeah.
victim to.
You know what I think that it probably the stuff he said about me, on his last stream, which I've never said anything bad about him, and I'm not going to say it now either. I'm just gonna express truth and just say, okay, hey, if that's the way someone feels, great. That's his feeling. I can't change that. I think he should focus more on probably is raising his family instead of you know doing this whole what I think is a scam. I'm not sure if it is, but when you had a falling out, what was it, like a philosophy that he said or something?
It was a couple of things that led up to it, and it was fine. I was finally like, all right, that's enough, and I just kind of slowly but surely detracted from it. First of all, it started with some racist things that he said, and
Like what type of things?
calling black people the N word, calling black people porch monkeys and circus creatures, stuff like
Get
that.
out of here. He
And
said that on the air?
Yeah, it's all documented. It's a channel on YouTube called Sports Gematria, and for like the last 5 or so years, the channel has been strictly dedicated to documenting Zach's, his racism, his hypocrisy, his contradictions, his
Really?
predictions that don't come through. Yeah, it's literally dedicated to that. The guy that uh, the guy that owns the page, he doesn't speak a word. He simply makes
Yeah,
a
I'm familiar
collage.
with Sports Gematria. What's the name of that video so I can see if
Easy
Zach
money,
is
easy
saying that
money,
racist?
easy money.
Yeah,
Don't
yeah,
interrupt him, all right? I'm
yeah,
just
yeah,
I'm just letting you know. I just put you on mute. You unmute when he's done speaking, and we'll let you speak. Go ahead, Topsy.
yeah. His channel, Sports Gematria. The guy, he makes collages of Zach's like they're clips of Zach's own words of him, saying he makes predictions and they don't come through, or he says something racist, or it's just a lot. It's just a clip compilation of Zach's words. The guy doesn't speak a word. He just puts together a collage of clips of Zach's videos, and
Okay.
he points out the hypocrisy and the racism.
Yeah,
But
I think somebody has left comments. I didn't get a chance to check it. I was just like I didn't really want to get into it. Well, but I
yeah,
didn't
no,
know. Now that you're telling me straight up, it kind of I didn't think he was racist because all his picture. I would assume that his wife is not of the same ethnicity as him.
no, it's more so. The racism has been more so towards black people, but in recent years, I say like the last 3, maybe 4 years, he hasn't said anything racist, and I think the reason is because he realized that racism is bad for business. A
Yeah.
large portion of his followers are black people. And if he actually stood on his racism, then a lot of people would detract from the movement. And he realized that and he stopped saying those things. And
Wow.
yeah,
What
yeah,
it makes
So,
it makes sense because, and I'm not slandering him or anything. I'm adding 2 + 2. Allie came on. Sally was in the chat talking some depop replacement thing and depopulation, which is another racist angle. And there was another person too. So I didn't know if they came from him or they were trolls. So I didn't know if he was the good guy saying, okay, these are the trolls that maybe he doesn't want to hang with. But now that you're saying this, it kind of starts to add up, because they were trying to bring up, and I know what they were trying to say because I've battled a lot of these people that try to bring their racist ideologies in, and I have to put them in that place and say, look, this stream is about learning, and if we got to use them as an example, a horrible example of what not to be, well, then that's what we'll use them as. Um, but I did notice that, like, I thought Allie was cool. She started bringing up like the word, this word that people use, the religion stuff like that. And I was saying to myself, like, wow, they're kind of walking on eggshells, but I know exactly what they're saying. I didn't know Zach was like that though. That's a wow, wow.
yeah,
Yeah.
I mean, can I
yeah.
get a word in here? I mean, I was on here and then this dude hasn't stopped talking
All
since
right.
he
What do you
joined,
want to
bro.
say? What do you want to say? Go ahead.
Well, first off, if this show's about learning, I mean, I was on here first. I didn't even get my original point out, and then this dude hasn't stopped talking
All right, look,
since.
look. Didn't
So,
I just tell you to say what you're gonna say and stop attacking this dude? We letting you
sure,
speak.
sure,
Go
sure.
ahead.
So don't be like Hubbard now, and because I'm saying something, you're gonna be like Hubbard and kick you off the
Look,
show or put you
I'm not gonna
backstage or
kick you. Hey,
something.
look, if you don't shut up, I'm gonna kick you off. But if you would
Well, see,
just,
now you're being like Hubbard. So now what? You're
all
no
right, look,
different.
don't try to associate me with. If you want to argue, you did not come to the right
Well,
place.
no, I'm not trying to argue, but I'm just
Okay,
saying I've been on Hubbard's stream, done the exact same thing, and
you just wasted 60 seconds. Say what you're gonna say, please.
sure, I'll say what I'm going to say. I think you're foolish for not believing in the numbers thing because it's
Great.
so obvious and in your face.
Thank you.
And I think only a dimwit would only a dimwit
I
would.
asked you not to curse, right?
Yeah, I
No,
apologize.
no, hold on a second. No, because now this is where you're crossing the line.
Then fuck you, bitch. Fuck you.
I asked you specifically. Now you got to go in the playpen, back backstage because we stay within the guidelines of YouTube. And I don't think you're somebody that fell out with him. I think you're one of his nut huggers. Now, if you want roast, I'll give you roast. So you're going to stay in the playpen and you're going to listen when me and Topsy talking now. So you got that? You stay back there, and yeah, you can jump out the window. I love when people jump out the window on themselves. I love that. So I think, you know, the way he gave himself away was, Topsy, is when you started talking about stuff, he wanted to interrupt you. And I noticed people do that when they try to defend the guy. You know, he's probably trying to defend his boyfriend.
Exactly.
And, yeah. So, and he thinks I'm stupid. See, Zach tried to bring something about that, like, oh, this guy is Gen X. He's a little older. He doesn't know really. I don't, you know, I try to keep it cool because I already know the deal. I tell people, look, I've never threatened anybody on the internet. I've had people threaten me countless times, send me all type of like pictures of you know, people getting offed and all of that. And I'm like, great. Hey, I'm right here in New York. If you got a problem, the hood will probably get to you before they get to do anything. I'm pretty sure of that. If they don't get them, the cops probably will, because it's hot. And that's what I grew up in. I was born in Brooklyn, and I don't stand for this racism stuff. I mean, I will just have to metaphorically go in there chopping nuggets. But please continue, Topsy.
Yeah, that's the typical retort of one of his followers. And when you're making sense, then they go on these ad hominem attacks where they get emotional.
It's telling me much more about Zach than Zach could ever say. It's telling me much more. And Timbo, good to see you, brother. Timbo's been around, so he's seen a lot of the stuff. And, you know, Punk Rock, he got mad yesterday because I called him a creep because he tried to bring up that approaching 100 women stuff. I was just like, man, Easy Money, why are you jumping backstage again? You know, you just gonna now you're riding my nuts. And I don't like other dudes riding my nuts, all right? I'm a heterosexual man. So don't do that, Easy Money, all right? You're gonna stay in the playpen like the sucker you are. Go ahead, Topsy. I was very interested. Like, I'm not gonna watch his videos. I'll take your word for it. Like, the dude, I think he left some comments or tagged me in some stuff. But I'll take your word for it, man, because something was off when, you know, he promoted me and stuff. And then I noticed a lot of trolls. I noticed trolls that were against him and other people that were for him. But now I'm seeing that the people that were against him don't really seem to be trolls. They seem to be people. Yeah. And you know, this is amazing because this is how it was when I was in the relationship field. People would get ripped off by dating coaches. And just like when Mr. X and I were talking, they were just like, man, there's no place for me to go and talk. And my other channel was about 4,000. It was a little more, like closer to 5,000 subscribers, but it was hot. When we went live, it was like 150 people watching. Face and LMS came on the show. I remember before Fresh and Fit was Fresh and Fit, Myron Gaines was called Unplugged Fitness. And I remember Pandemic and everybody started calling him Butt Plug Fitness. And he's another one who's very, very racist and against his own self. So yeah, you know, and then Facing them, when they came on, we'd have like 250, 260 on a very small channel. So I don't know if Zach thinks, you know, like, I mean, this is now a big thing that, you know, there's been people much, much bigger. Bulldog Mindset got 250,000 subs. He used to come on. A lot of other people, 80, 90,000 subscribers. So hopefully he doesn't look at it as he's doing me such a big favor. But now the true colors are starting to come out. Seven Psychopaths, good to see you. He says Count Zacula got some skeletons in that cupboard. Probably. Yeah, and you're right. Approaching 100 women is a lawsuit. That's what Punk Boy is talking about. He's a creep. Definitely deja vu, MD. I've seen so many zombies come through and disrespect themselves on the show. You know it, brother. You know it, man. But yeah, I guess so. You experienced this, like when you first listened to him. What was like the topic that where he went off the handle and you were like, nah?
Yeah, well, first it started with the racist remarks towards Black people, And I actually let it go. But it was still in the back of my mind, like, okay, that's a huge red flag. And then it went towards attacking other people that were dedicated followers in the movement, and he just just completely flipped on them, and it's simply because a person isn't lockstep with everything that he thinks and believes. Then it's like, well, f you, and you're no longer he just loses all faith in you, and he goes on these attacks when he realizes that you're not lockstep with everything that he thinks and believes. And then false predictions, or not false predictions, he makes predictions and he's wrong about them, and then he claims that he got them right, or he claims otherwise. Like, he tells people to this day that he predicted Trump would become president in 2016, when in actuality he had Hillary. And he said, prior to that Obama would be assassinated as a sitting president. That didn't happen. And he like, a lot of predictions he made that didn't come through. He denies that he made those predictions. And just that, and you can't talk about your whole shtick or persona can't be about exposing the elites for their lies and deceptions, but then you're allowed to turn around and lie and deceive. So that just, all things considered, man, that's why I detracted from it. And I used to be an avid follower of Zach, bro, in the gematria community. Told you I've been around for a decade. I know this stuff like the back of my hand. I still believe in it, but I do not. Where we differ is, I don't think that it's the entire puzzle, and they do. They think gematria is the end all be all. They think that it's everything, and if you don't believe the same thing, then you're stupid. Or if you question some things, you're a hater and a troll. If you hold Zach accountable, you're a hater and a troll. And that just, that's how I got to this point. Just all of those things that, accumulated over time. And it eventually came to a head, and I was like, all right, you know what? Like, I'm good on this guy. I'm not gonna say that there's nothing to gematria. I definitely think there's something to it, but I do not think that it's everything.
Yeah,
And,
no, and I totally see that is very true. It's not even an agreement. We're both agreeing with the truth. The numbers, the gematria, there is definitely something to it. There's like a pattern. There's definitely something to it. And just like when I deviated to where I was like, well, you saying the Jesuits, all of this, I just don't see how that's helping or doing anything for me, Yeah, and he was like, no, they're behind everything. And the main thing came from this photo here. When I showed this photo here, he tried to, and one of his lieutenants, Spurgwood or Stonewood or something,
DJ Stonewood, DK Stonewood.
Yeah, straight mangina. That guy's straight mangina. And, it was like he started spurging out so much, I was ready to give him a towel to wipe off his bleeding vagina. But he jumped off, But I showed him this picture, and he was like, because if they want roast, I give him roast. And I will let everybody on here that can't stand him to voice their opinion. See, he don't really know that this is what I used to do on the old thing. Hey, somebody ripped you off, somebody trying to sound, come over here. I'll let you speak your stuff, and they can hear it from this podium. So I don't think, if that's the way he wants to go, fine, because I think people do need to speak. If you speak in the truth and you haven't slandered anybody or ripped them off, then you should have no problem with people criticizing you.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah, what I'm saying? Criticism, it shows, it reveals your character. So criticism, stress, when somebody is put into a position of power, all of that stuff reveals your character. And what I've seen, revealed, I'm like, oh, okay. And I already know, like, the other troll that came on. But when I showed him this, and he didn't understand it, and somebody, his lieutenant, whatever, and I had to put it into this format where I'm like, look, you're only going to see one perspective, and this is representing your life's perspective. You might say, I see a shadow that looks like a triangle. And then the other person says, well, from my perspective, I see one that looks like a circle. And the other one says, well, I'm seeing a square. Now, so if other people are seeing different shapes from the shadow, obviously it can't just be a triangle, it can't
Yeah.
be a circle or a square. And this picture explains it in a lovely manner. And
Yeah.
then he was like, "Oh no, the person that's seeing all three of these are the Jesuits." And I'm like, I can't even believe they said that. I was just like, man. But that's where I think we started to diverge to where they were like, okay, I'm not going to be the mouthpiece for Gematria. One, I believe that numbers, because I do anagrams, and I'm like, okay, anagrams are straight up real. You take the word president, like right here, and you can respell the two words is pretend. And it
Yeah.
also relates to the position. You
Exactly.
can get even deeper. The US
Palantir.
presidential election spells elite hustlers in a deception. Now, this looks almost unbelievable, but that's why I color coded this in the book. Underneath, I color coded it to where they could match up every letter and see how it does spell elite hustlers in a deception. And I had put that in the book, Secret Words. So, you know, people can check that, whatever, but I don't really promote it that much. And I give Zach credit for, I guess he wrote his book and he was saying he made 20 grand for, 2 months. And, I haven't made that much off a book yet. But then he said it just went to 200 a month because of, I guess, Amazon trying to hold him down or something like that. I mean, I can't
Yeah.
really believe at face value what he's saying, because especially like with people like yourself and other people that have left comments, it kind of had me saying, okay, I'm gonna let this simmer. And then when I saw his response on how he acted, it's lining up exactly what you're saying. The fact
Yeah.
that I'm like, look, I understand gematria is real, but I don't see how, if you can't predict something, which I think it can possibly do that, but I'd like to know how. And just by questioning it that much and saying, look, I think there's something behind the Jesuits, that, why would it be you run around saying this? It's not really, it's more than just that. And now that was the division that broke it
Yeah.
apart, so yeah.
Exactly. And um, like unless you're amongst the elite, whoever it is that's controlling things in a clandestine manner, whoever it is, unless you're with them, there's no way that you know for sure what is what.
Hmm.
Like you're not within the inner circle, so there's no way you know.
Yeah.
The Jesuit theory makes a lot of sense. He could be right on that, but at the end of the day, you don't actually know.
Yeah.
It's just a theory. No
He's
matter
not
how
right.
much
Trust me, he's not right.
no matter how many times the numbers align
Hmm.
consistently,
Yeah.
you don't actually know. So you can't be so firm on that belief like you actually know. You're not in the inner circle, so you don't know. This is all
Yeah.
theoretical. So to put somebody else down because they don't think how you think, that like that like man, like I
It's a
think
time.
a prerequisite to being quote unquote woke is to have an open mind
Yeah.
and to think that you got this all figured out. Man, that like you're not as smart as you think you are.
Yeah.
Topsy, can I
If
ask you,
that's the
Topsy, a
thing.
question?
What's that?
Is there a number that Zach doesn't like? Because it seems like every number he's got some story
And
behind it.
exactly, and that's another thing. Uh, there's this thing called apophenia, where you can consistently find numbers and attribute it to, or they pretty much call it uh, confirmation bias.
Hmm.
And because of confirmation bias and apophenia, you can't that's why I'm like hesitant at like putting such strong belief in gematria, because I see numbers that correlate. Like my son was born on the 201st day of my age. 201st. I'm not with the elites. I don't know any elites.
Mhm.
Like, why did it play? And it 201 is his thing. Like he's
Yeah.
always talking
Yeah.
about that number. And it's like, why did that play out like that? And I was probably like 6 years into the movement. Like once my son was born on the 201st day of my age, and I was like, wow, like that's crazy. So I don't know. I just feel like numbers, it could just happen organically. So how do we
Yeah.
know that that's not the case with the 201 aligning with the elites? And that would burn him up to ask him that question. He doesn't want to hear that. Like, he's dug into that belief. He thinks it's the Jesuits. He knows, and if you question that, then he's going to go on an attack like he did you, architecture.
But you know why he attacks the Jesuits so much? I know exactly why he attacks them so much. It's because he won't get banned for attacking them. That's all. That's why he attacks them. They're a group that you can attack, so you're not gonna get demonetized. You're not gonna get banned. It's not gonna happen.
Yeah.
They're safe. They're a safe group to demonize. That's why he does it.
Yeah. And again, man, like I'm not saying that he's wrong. I'm just saying that you can't be so dug into that theory like you actually know, because of the fact that you're not in the inner circle. You're on the outside like the rest of us, trying to figure this thing out. You do not know for a fact that it's the Jesuits. It makes a lot of sense. It could be them, but you don't know that for a fact, to the point to where you ridicule people and talk to other people evasively because you feel like what you figured out is right and they're wrong. Like, I completely disagree with that.
Yeah,
and
the fact that he has a problem with disagreement shows immaturity. It shows extreme immaturity. And
if you don't believe what I believe, then you're wrong.
Yeah,
like, come on, man, that's BS.
Yeah, and another thing too, a friend of mine, he has, he checked them out because a few of my friends went and they checked out the channel, and I noticed something when I looked at a little bit of when I first went on there, and he seemed a bit jittery, like as he's sitting in the chair, like just anxious or jiggly. And then my friend who looked at it, he hit on that. He goes, yeah, man. He goes, I noticed when he was sitting there, it looks like he's kind of like tweaking or something. And that was the word he used. And the weirdest thing was one of the people that left the comment that I hadn't, like, I said, okay, let me see where this channel goes to. And I clicked it. And it went, I think it's the channel you're talking about, where he plays music. He doesn't say nothing. And on one of the thumbnails, he had Zach on it, and it had the word tweaker. And I mean, yeah, so I kind of noticed that. And the fact that my man E, he noticed that, because I said, look, man, I said, you noticed that? I said, holy smokes. I said, I thought I was bugging. I said, maybe, I figured maybe he was just, little anxious or something, or like some people be having the restless leg and stuff. And then when my friend told me, when Ed saw that, I said, man, I said, you kind of hit. I said, this ain't this. I said, for both of us to see that, and then for the dude's video to say it. And I was like, wow, look at that. I said, now, I don't wish nothing bad on anybody if he has a drug problem or a habit with, because my friend came out, he said, look, it's either meth or it's bath salts or something like that. I forgot the other drug he mentioned, crank or meth or something. And it could be. And if he is an addict, I hope he gets help. I don't wish nothing bad on him, especially as a child. That, I mean, you got to try to keep yourself clean, man, to raise your kid. Or he could just have that little bit of jitteriness, but it seems a little more than just something, I mean, I've seen enough drug addicts in New York City to kind of put two and two together.
Could be Adderall too.
It could be. Yep, exactly. Could be Adderall. You're right, Justin. It's somebody, this is the funny thing. I heart almost all the comments, even when people disagree or try to diss. I'd put a heart on it as just to be like, here you go. You ain't had enough love in your life to even leave something like that. So let me just give you a heart there. Kind of like a teacher giving the person a gold star. Most of the hearts, for people that say deep stuff. But somebody had mentioned something about what Justin said. And I didn't read the whole thing. I put a heart on it, and then it had to read more. And I looked at it. And I guess Justin might have said something that disagreed with the gematria. And somebody left a comment addressing Justin, because I thought they were addressing me. And then when I read the comment, I was like, wait a minute, well, this guy's left a comment for Justin. And Justin is not even... he was just hanging on a stream with me. So I think it was on the last stream. He might have left it in the regular comment section, not the live comment. But Yeah, man, I'm so glad that you came on because the dude who was on here that jumped off, that I had to put backstage, and then he jumped off from backstage. Uh, he, that said it all right there. The fact that he came on, I guess his name was J.R. Smooth or something like that, I think it was, um, and then
Yeah,
starts
yeah,
cursing, So I'm like, oh, okay. Now he's sending trolls over, and I'm thinking, wow, wait a minute. This guy's supposed to be in his 40s with a kid, and he's acting like a child. It's like what, and this is where I did streams epidemic of immaturity. And I've noticed this. I've had people on here. We usually have a very diverse panel. We have people from many different backgrounds that come on here. As Varun is from India, we coming on here with Indian accent. Uh, Mr. Rex, Scribe, from Panama, all of this stuff. We got many different types of people here, and I think that's a beautiful thing. We definitely don't tolerate any type of racism. We'll give people a little bit of rope so they can swing when they're ready to swing, and
yeah.
it basically catch them in their own trap. But I was like, because I thought about that when I forgot who might have left a comment or something, but trying to say like it was kind of something with the you know with the racism thing, but the fact that you saying straight out that they got this stuff and they saved it on camera,
Yeah,
from
it's documented. It's all documented.
so that's like
It's
yeah,
undeniable. Yeah, and nobody has to take my word for it. This
nah, nah,
channel
that
is the
yeah.
channel is Sports Gematria.
Well,
You
and
can go on it and you can start from the beginning and watch all the way to the end. All the videos are entertaining, but
yeah,
it's all undeniable.
Mr. X, if you get a chance to check
Yeah,
Sports Gematria, if you want to please put the link in the chat, we can
I can't. I'm on my iPhone right now because
okay,
I'm
okay.
working. I'm not
Yeah,
on the computer
yeah.
anymore, so it's
No, it's cool.
awesome.
It's cool. Yeah, I'll look for when I switch windows. I'll that because when I think about that, it's like wow, and just the fact that you said he predicted that Obama would be assassinated. Anybody,
Yeah.
yeah, you know what I'm saying? That says so much in between the lines because I've noticed the only problem that people had with Obama was the fact that he was black.
Mm-hmm.
That when once I hear people going too far in on Obama, like I don't trust any politician.
Mhm.
They're all, behind the scene with whatever. Obama killed Gaddafi, and Obama's a Muslim. Gaddafi even said, he goes, look, if you're gonna do it, fine, you're still our brother. So I was like, wow, Gaddafi was keeping it real. And one thing they don't want to see is Africa get developed. Because when you
Yeah.
look at Libya, how it was developed, and then you say, damn, Obama, but again, Obama's working for these other people. But the fact, when I saw people angry with Obama, it wasn't because as much of his politics, it was just because he was a black man. And
Yep.
Obama spoke eloquently. I mean, this guy, intelligence, black excellence, right? When you
Yeah.
have Trump, the worst of the worst, the inbred piece of garbage. One lady put it well. She said that screams white supremacy. The fact that you could take the lowest, the basically what people call him a grapist, and they try to call, they put the felon thing on more people of color, but he's also that. And he got the Epstein thing. So you're taking the lowest white and putting him at the highest position. But Obama has to come in on such a professional elite level to get in the position he got into. When you compare the two of them, you start to see a problem with the country. That's always been there. I've always criticized that. I'm like, look, this country was built on lies, on just theft, and that's what it is. We don't need to hate anybody for that, but we need to acknowledge it. That's what you can't, like whenever I hear somebody say founding father, I realize either they are just malicious, like just a racist undercover, a closet racist, or they really don't understand that by using that word, you're acting like these other people didn't exist. Now they established, a country here after stealing, you know, and all of that. So I can understand if they say established, but not founding. And then when they say father, I tell people, okay, any of these guys that think they're related to these people that were here from the 16 and 1700s, they don't even know who their great grandfather is.
Yeah.
They don't, you know, it just, and again, a lot of them are inbred. Their family tree is a wreath, basically. It's not even a tree. But you know, with you telling me that he's saying this stuff with Obama, it's like just the fact that somebody would say that they're predicting Obama something would like that would happen to him. I guarantee you, a lot of white racists will follow him just because of that.
Yep,
Yeah.
I agree. I agree.
It's a ploy. Anybody, you know, with the distant vision can see that, to be like, yeah, he's playing into that, you know, to be like, oh yeah, these people will like to hear that. But like you said, the business, you know, if a large majority, because I heard a few people that went on his stream and he was letting them drop the N word and all of that. And I could tell that they were brothers on the stream. So I was saying, okay,
Yeah.
maybe the people that, you know, maybe he's not racist, you know, but now that you're confirming this, because they definitely left that link. But they can't leave links unless you're a mod, you know, in the chat or even on the comment video. And
Yeah.
you know, I was like, okay, I checked the channel, but I didn't watch the video. But I'm gonna check it because I don't know if Scribe is gonna come on tonight, or I would tell him check it and drop the link, or any of the mods that might be around if they want to drop it in there. But that's very interesting, man. When he started saying that stuff, that's when you were like, all right, I had enough with this dude, or was it after, or like went around?
No, it was after that. That was the first thing that started it. I was like, wow, like I can't be supporting a racist. But it was I let it go, man, because I didn't want to feel like I was being sensitive about a word, you know. And so time went on and I started noticing other things. And then eventually it just came to a head. And I was like, you know what? I can't I can't support Zach. I can't be one of his followers. And I started realizing that you know, it seems like a cult following because when you comb through his comment section, it's just nothing but people revering and just like singing his praises, but nobody ever holds him accountable for things that he says. And I think the reason is because, oh, Zach taught me gematria, he woke me up, so I'm just gonna look past those things because he taught me gematria. And I feel like like that's wrong because of all communities, this is the truth community, and you can't be talking about every day consistently for 13 years straight calling the elites out for their lies and their deception, but then you're allowed to lie and deceive. That just doesn't make sense to me. That doesn't compute. And I feel like when you're the leader of the community, specifically the gematria community, you got to be held to a standard. We got to keep you honest. You can't be allowed to lie and deceive. Like that's just not that doesn't make sense to be the leader of the truth community, but you lie and you deceive. That doesn't make sense to me at all. And I hold you accountable for that. That doesn't mean that I don't um that I'm falling out with you. I'm just holding you accountable for that. But he doesn't take it that way. You can't criticize him. And if you do, then you're a hater and you're a troll simply because you hold him accountable. And you know, that's just what it boils down to. To let him tell it though, I'm a hater and I'm a troll. And that's just not I just call it what it is, man. I'm not here to kiss your behind, man. I give you your props when you deserve them, and I also hold you accountable for things when you're wrong. And that's just what it's supposed to be. And that's why I think he has a cult following because nobody holds him accountable. It's always just singing his praises when he doesn't deserve it, and never holding him accountable for when he's wrong. Never. And that's a cult. Like that's not you're not about the truth, and you censor people when people hold you accountable in the comments. You block them, but you call the elites out for their censorship, but then you turn around and you censor people. Like it doesn't make sense to me, man. And that all things considered, that's why I detracted from Zach. I still believe that there's something to gematria, but I just don't trust Zach, man. Um I don't think he cares for black people. I think he tolerates black people because of the money that he can make off of them, and just understanding that racism is not good for business. He finally realized that, and that's why we haven't heard him say, racial slurs in a few years. But it's all documented though. If you want to go back, you can see it. Like he said these things about black people, and he said them, and Sports Gematria's page has it. It's his earlier
Yeah.
videos.
No,
It's
I'm
probably
definitely
been
going
about
to
3
check
years
that,
or
bro.
so.
I am
Yeah.
so going to check that because now it's starting to put all the pieces of the puzzle together when he was kind of like boasting, like acting like it was a badge of honor that he had 20 channels or something that, is not there anymore. And I wondered, I said, okay, I assumed ignorantly thinking, okay, they got banned because he was talking the truth, like maybe saying something about, something, the jab or the during the pandemic thing. I didn't know to even ask like what it was. I figured, okay, but now I'm seeing those channels probably got banned because of probably racial content.
Racial content, other things that he
Yeah.
said, people need to die, and like he says a lot
Really?
of crazy things, man.
Holy
Yeah, because most of the population he considers them goyim or lemmings. He
Get
doesn't. He thinks
wait,
they're too.
holy smoke. So
Yeah,
this
yeah. He thinks they're too stupid to
so
understand, and he
you know
feels
what?
like
So maybe Allie is not one of his because she came on and she was using that word and she goes, that's the way she thinks of herself because
Mhm.
she goes, they think, and I was like, well, I said, I'm not really with that. I said, I don't, I said, and I've had a lot with Scribe and I have went back and forth with the Tupac. And I said, look, I don't think it's good for people to be calling themselves the N word. We use it in private. We've did it growing up. But when I grew up, it was different. People didn't use that. In the 90s, we didn't listen to Tupac. The people were listening to Wu-Tang,
yeah,
even though they say he was born in New York. But with the Goy word, Ali brought it up. And I was like, yeah, I said, I said, if somebody is calling you that or look at you that way, I said, you don't have to look at yourself that way. I said, this is why I also, I said, the N word can become addictive. I said, but I don't think it carries a good energy. I said, if you're with your parents or you're at a place that is respectable or whatever, you don't want to hear people saying that. You don't want to hear people saying any type of racial slur or even
yeah.
cursing. Yeah, you don't want to be sitting at an expensive dinner thing and hearing somebody say effing this and effing that. It's like, no, you know. So yeah, so now that you're saying the Goyim, so wait a minute, if he's calling people Goyim, is he Jewish?
Yeah, exactly.
But he supposedly, like I remember, he made a video from a long time ago, probably
Yeah, and there's
14
nothing
years
wrong
ago.
if he's Jewish. I mean, it's cool, but I'm just wondering why would he do that if he's not like, yeah, so like,
He said he could possibly be Jewish because his father was potentially a greenblatt,
well, what
and
he might not understand is like you can be, but the Jewish tradition. I have a lot of friends that are Jewish, and people that I consider family, like, and it passes more through the mother. So even if you don't have a Jewish last name, if your mother's Jewish, that's what the community considers Jewish because you know for sure that that child was birthed from a Jewish person because the mother was Jewish. The father can be Jewish, but unless you're taking a DNA test, it's like that old adage: "Mama's baby, father's maybe." And
yeah,
so it just yeah, it's kind of like it makes me wonder because if he's dealing with the white racist following mostly, they would be they would probably be against that, right? Like because they don't like they always criticizing Jewish people, I think, right?
no, they don't blame it on the Jews. They blame it on the Jesuits. They don't think that it's
Oh,
the
okay. I
Jews.
see what you're saying. Yeah, because I wondered
Yeah,
about the Jesuit thing. I was like, man, I've heard that, but it's like very outdated. When I
Now
talk
it
to
makes a lot of sense. And making a lot of sense
yeah,
now.
it
Pieces
does.
are coming together.
Topsy's putting the pieces of the puzzle
He
together
is.
for us, man. And
Thanks, Topsy.
let them know too, Topsy, that anybody else that you know that has been through this, you tell them, you say, look, you can come here, I'll let them on, and they can say the truth, man, because that's what guys like that have big channels or do things, these dating coaches used to do that. They used to rip people off, and then they have a network where they would like not let that person on. And I was the stream that would let them on, and they hated that. They used to be like very, very upset. And because I would let people come on and talk about how they were a scammer, how they got scammed for thousands of dollars to buy some dating course. So anything with this, yeah, man, you let people know. I mean, I think Mariko, now I don't know if Mariko, if you were on which camp or whatever. I mean, I look at it as this is an open forum. So people can disagree with me. I've had people tell me to F off all of that. I'm like, hey, thank you for that. Thank you for the comment, you know. So
Yeah.
I'm okay with criticism. I actually embrace it. Trolls have donated. I mean, it's been hilarious if you know some of the old streams. So Q smash. I don't know. Understand what Q smashing is. The new world order is totally off the table. No, it's not off the table. I'd like to know what Q exactly, or QAnon, are you saying?
Yeah, QAnon, yeah.
Okay, yeah. No, I mean, if somebody wants to say something, just say it in a tasteful way to where it stays within the guidelines, you know, because you know, just so we can continue to have these conversations. Like,
Yeah.
you know, if somebody's like, hey, you know, like how you were saying, he's racist, this and that, you know, so we can talk about that. We could be like, all right, because the algorithm stuff is hearing that we're not trying to promote anything like that. We're actually trying to call it out to make a better world, to say, look, this is not, this is not correct. Dro says he never heard Zach. Okay, so if you think he's just making stuff up, the video,
Just go to
the name
Sports
of the
page,
video, the
You can
name
go
of
to
the
Sports
video.
Demotra's page. You don't have to take my word for it. Go to Sports Demotra's page. It's all there. You don't
All right,
have to
let me
take my
see.
word for it.
I'm gonna check it right now. I'm gonna drop the link. So Dro, if when this you check this, if this turns out to be right, you know, I think the only proper thing to do would be apologize, you know, because you trying to
Don't
like,
expect it. Don't expect it. It's one of his minions.
yeah, I thought he was cool because he was typing in some stuff earlier that didn't seem too trollish.
I mean,
Sport,
he probably genuinely just didn't never hear Zach say that. He probably, it depends on how long he's been around. I've been around for a decade. Like I
okay,
heard I know the earlier days of
they
Zach.
have two channels. One is called Sports Gematria. Okay, I think this is it. All right.
Yeah, it's the guy from
The Sopranos.
Yeah.
Okay, so because they had another one that looked like the pill that Zach has on his avatar. So this is
Sorry.
yeah. No, go ahead. What are you
I
saying?
was going to ask you, how's his sports picks going? Do people actually make money, or is that just nonsense?
And that's another thing, man. He does win, but he doesn't do as much winning as he claims. And if just look at the fact that he doesn't bet, he doesn't gamble. The architect of this entire gematria gambling movement convinces people to gamble, yet he doesn't gamble. If it's so undeniable, if people do so much winning, you had a guy turn $80 into $80,000, then why aren't you gambling? This is the land of capitalism. If you don't learn anything else from America, you learn capitalism. There's nowhere in the world you figured out a way to legally make money consistently, and yet you're not using it. I don't care how financially stable you are. There's nowhere in the world, man, you figured it out, and you're not doing it yourself. And I was on his Patreon, man. If you could just go on it, man, you can see his conclusions to all his picks is always vagueness, is double coded or close call or hedge your bets. And it's like, I don't want to hear that if this knowledge is so undeniable. If you can do so much
hedge your bet.
I don't want to hear anything about hedge your bets or dollar parlays. I don't want to hear that. I should be able to bet the house every time if this knowledge is what you claim it to be. And no, man, he doesn't. Like he wins sometimes, but it's not what he's making it out to be. He makes it seem like he's winning at an 80 or 90% clip, and that's not true at all, man. He hits just as much as the average gambler, man.
Yeah,
and like a 50 or 60% rate.
Yeah, exactly. You lucky if you hitting 60. It's usually like because Drew been gambling for a decade, maybe more. And he, he won $2,000 the other week and then lost 1,000. And he tells me, he goes, look, man, at best you're looking at 56%, maybe 53. He goes, but Dro saying, okay, you saying you got no problem admitting when you're wrong. You asked us to drop the link to the video. This is the link to the channel. So you can go check that right now and see what, see what it says. And then, if you have no problem admitting that if you're wrong, we're going to be looking for that. So I guess, you might need to go check this link right here and see what's up. 7 Psychopaths says we got some Zachalites in the chat. 7 Psychopaths, man.
They don't like it when you tell the truth, man.
Yeah.
And another thing I wanted to say was, if Gematria is what he claimed to be as far as sports gambling goes, why would he have so many people detract from his Patreon? At his peak, he had about, at his peak, when he was like at his peak a few years ago, he had about 7,600 paid subscribers. If you go on his page, it'll show that he has 10,000 members, but actual paid members, he has about 2,500. How does it go from 7,600 to 2,500 if you're doing so much winning? If anything, you should have improved upon that 7,500. There's no way that you're winning like you say you are. People wouldn't detract.
So he's still making money that if he's
he still makes good money.
Yeah, because that's over $10,000 a month if it's even at $5 a level.
And it's most people, because if you want to get the everyday live stream, you have to have the $20 per month tier, because if $5 only gets you notes, $10 to get you notes plus 1 day of live streaming.
Wow.
But the $20 tier will get you everyday live streaming.
I bet he's not working alone though. I bet it's a network of people all sharing in the pot. You know what I'm saying? He's got to wait. I've seen his channel. They seem like they're all sharing in the funds, if you know what I mean. It's not just one guy.
Yeah, exactly. That's exactly what's going on. It's not.
They might be pulling in like $20K a month. I mean, when he mentioned on the clip somebody sent me, he tried to attack, and it was really like, I mean, it was in very poor taste when he was like, oh, like referring to me saying that, the financial stuff where I was saying, well, I'm not, if I was really smart, I wouldn't, I'd have more finances. And he goes, if I would come over there, like they could teach me. And I'm like, wow, it goes back to buy my course, bro. And it's like, I'm looking at it like, one, like I had said before, if you're really making money like that, you shouldn't be charging people because you already got your money, right? So what do you charge?
And you would make way more money off of gambling. If Gematria is what you claim it to be, you would make way more money off gambling than you would a Patreon, because you wouldn't have to depend on people to sub to your Patreon. If Gematria is what you claim it to be, then just gamble. Why not just gamble? Why do you need a Patreon? Why do you need people to support your Patreon if Gematria is what you claim it to be?
Yep. It's like the get rich quick guys for real estate. They why would they just make money buying and selling real estate? No, they have to buy the course. That's where they're charging people. That's where they're making their money, is the course. The same thing he's doing. He's not making money gambling. He's making money charging for his picks, his so-called picks, whatever he makes.
Exactly. And when he first started the Patreon, he told people that if it got up to where he was making $30,000 a month, then he would set up a Gematria Effect news studio, and that he would hire someone. And he got to that amount. He exceeded that amount, and he never set up the Gematria Effect news studio. And that's one of the reasons also why people detracted from the movement or hold him accountable for things that he said. You said this. Nobody asked you for that. You promised the community that you would set up a Gematria Effect news studio and that you would hire someone, and you never did that. You pocketed the money. You never did any of that. And that's why people, that's one of the reasons why people hold him accountable. But when you bring these things up, you're a hater and you're a troll.
Yeah, no, and especially I could see if people bet and lose a big amount of money.
There was a guy that killed himself a few years ago. Yeah, this guy named Mark. He placed a big bet on a Gematria pick, and he lost, and he killed himself. Allegedly. This is like this, but everybody in the community knows it. Yeah. But I don't actually know the guy to say whether or not that's what actually happened. But that's the consensus within the community, though. The guy name was Mark.
Yeah.
He placed a big bet
Definitely.
on a gematria pick and lost, and he killed himself.
I know this brother here, Christopher, man. Good to see you. He said, "What's going on?" Yo, man, the dude that was promoting, he kind of, I guess, because I didn't agree with everything he said, the Zach dude. Now he's starting to like throw some shots. And this brother here came on, and this link to this channel. He's saying that Zach was saying some very racist stuff towards black people. Now I haven't had a chance to check it, but if you want to check, maybe there's a couple of the videos in there that might say it. I noticed that uh Dro, now all of a sudden, yeah, you don't want to look through it, right? So what do you watch? Now this is why I put a picture on the thumbnail of somebody feeding a baby, a grown baby in a high chair, because this is what you acting like now. You want us to spoon feed you? No, I showed you where the knowledge is. I can't think for you. So you're gonna have to go over there and look and find the videos then. All right. We pointed you to it, but Christopher, if you want to check it, brother, this is the link right here to the channel. And there's, I guess that I didn't see how much videos, but being that Dro said there's 145, yeah, it's crazy. Yeah, it's a shame, man. I thought Zach was actually kind of cool, but I mean, this stuff being true, it's like,
yeah, it's there. One of the videos should mention the title should mention racist in it, and it's probably from about 3 or 4 years ago. But I reckon I'm telling anybody, man, just go watch the videos, brother. Entertaining. You can start from the beginning and just watch them, man. I'm telling you'll see Zach for who he really is.
Wow, and he never apologized for it.
No, he apologized for it. He apologized for saying the racist things, but I think that's because he realized that it's bad for business.
Yeah.
If you was a racist and you stood on your racism, you would cut your dollars in half. And Zach understood. That's what my theory. Like that's what I think is what happened. Is that he realized that it's not good for business, so he just keeps his racism to himself. Because I just don't me personally, I don't say racist things because I'm not racist. I would never, because somebody doesn't agree with me, the first response or the first thing to come to my mind is to respond to them with racism. That means that that's how you really feel. You wouldn't say those things if you didn't really feel like that. If somebody disagrees with me, we just agree to disagree. Or I would just find something else to rebuttal with. I wouldn't rebuttal with racism.
Yeah, when that racism comes out, you see that was underlying the whole time.
Exactly.
The whole time that stuff was there. But exorcism, if you want to check this channel, I don't know, maybe you know about it already, but this channel right here is the channel. If you want to see, maybe you could find something on it. There's another one that somebody left, because when I just looked at that, I got to look for the comment, but it's a different channel where somebody else had made with other stuff on it. I didn't watch any of the videos, but that was the one that had the thing with Tweaker on it.
And that's another thing you look at. There's a multitude of people that were actually followers of Zach's that detracted from the movement, and they started like making videos. It's not just Sports Gematria, it's a handful of people in the community. And just look at Sports Gematria's page. Literally, all the over 3,000 people that's on that page was once followers of Zach. That should tell you everything you need to know. 3,000 people. If it's 1 or 2 people, or maybe even 100 people, then it's like, okay, they might be haters. But when it's over 3,000 people, come on, man. Like that should tell you what you know.
Yeah, even 100 people, I would listen to them because they might still be. But I hear what you're saying. The more people, the more it starts to become solidified. And Dro, I'm not insulting you. I'm describing you. I gave you the link. The brother here told us the name of the channel. I went and found it. And then you over here want us to find the video while we're live streaming. It's like, come on, man. If I wasn't live streaming, it'd be a little different. Let me check to see who this is, if this is a troll or if this is somebody that is here to educate. Kiwi, what's up?
G'day, guys. Can you hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you. So you from what? Huh?
Sorry?
Yeah, are you from like Australia, New Zealand?
Yeah, I'm from New Zealand.
Okay. Do you know about what we're talking about?
Yeah, vaguely. So I'm new to your channel. About 3 weeks ago, I got a hold of your channel.
How did you find the channel?
Actually, through a comment that was left on another channel.
And which channel was that?
Well, it was called Gematria Fake News, right? The guy you're talking about.
Okay. Okay.
But I'm actually ringing up because when he says he is an expert on Gematria, he did an analysis on a movie called Pi. I don't know if you've seen that movie.
I didn't see it, but I've heard of the movie. I've seen a little bit.
Okay, and what's frustrating for me is when he's talking about this movie, he's saying that they're all using different gematria values in the movie. That's totally false. So a guy that's saying that he's an expert on gematria, he's got his information wrong about gematria because they're actually doing it in the Hebrew gematria, and what he uses is a calculator that someone else has come up with, like a formula on a spreadsheet probably, or how they came up that calculator. I'm not too sure, but in actual Hebrew and the values that they're using in that movie, they're all correct. They're spot on. You can go back 100 times and check it. And he's supposed to be an expert on gematria, and he's saying they're using the wrong values in this movie. So that was quite frustrating for me to hear that.
Mm-hmm.
Someone who's promoting himself as an expert, you know what I mean?
Mm.
Yeah, and there's another thing I've noticed about this guy because I don't really know much about him. But when he has people on his channel, and maybe he doesn't agree with them, he talks pretty low key. But after they hang up, and then he really dishes them really bad after they're gone after the call. I'm like,
Yep.
why do you do that? I mean, if you do feel that way, say it to their face. Not
Yep.
after they've hung up. He carries on talking about that guest he just had on, and that's pretty. This doesn't feel right as well.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, it's like say it while they're there. I mean,
Yeah, that's it. It's like you
yeah.
want to backstab them after they're gone. It doesn't feel good. He did that to that young guy that was talking on your channel. And I know the young guy he rambled on about Sebastian or something like that. But he did it to him when he was on that panel that you hosted about a week or 2 weeks ago, maybe.
Oh, really?
Sebastian was talking.
And Justin, if you're listening, if you want to hop back on, man, I didn't know because I know he said something, but Justin usually stays muted until he says something. But Justin, if you want to hop back on, you're always welcome to come on. Wow, seven psychopaths is going in. He said he's running background checks. Holy smokes! Yeah.
But that's basically it, mate. And I've got to go. But really, it was the gematria values, like someone who's an expert in gematria, and he's saying that the movie in Pi, he said it on more than one occasion.
Yeah,
So
yeah.
not just a one-off. I mean, he really should know his stuff. There's different gematria values in Hebrew. I mean, there's 3 standard values, and he obviously has not done his background or doesn't even know this. And for someone that's promoting himself as an expert and has written books and stuff, he should know that. Because basically Hebrew is the pretty much foundation. It goes back further, but Hebrew is the standard foundation of what people relate to as gematria.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, like he would say Kabbalah and stuff like that. And it's like now I'm starting to see that I think Allie, who came on, might have when she was saying she looks at herself as the Goyim thing, and I think it's because maybe she had a falling out with him and maybe didn't openly come out and say it. So hopefully she'll hop on and clarify. Yeah.
Yeah, pieces all coming together now. I see what he's all about.
It really is.
All right,
It's like,
guys.
yeah. All
Sorry,
right, man.
I've got to get going, but thank you. I'm enjoying your content. So thank you very much, and we'll catch you later.
Okay.
Hey, thanks for coming on, Kiwi.
Thank
Cheers.
you. Yeah, definitely. Cheers. This is deep, man. Topsy. Yo, he came in here and crushed. It's like, and I wasn't, I didn't even know. I was like, okay, I'm not feeling this, Jesuit. It's kind of like somebody trying to point, yo, it's the Jesuit, and I'm like, well, come on, man. That's a little. It's got to be more than that, If you call out mob families, you ain't gonna live too long. So if these people are more powerful, what do you, it's like, is it really true? And why would you want beef? It just,
I see clear as day what he's all about. I know exactly what he's about.
Yep.
Yeah.
And we kind of was, we didn't want to like just jump to the thing because we said, okay, let's just sit back and see what happens. Because X and I, we kind of thought about it. But when I spoke with Drew today, and I said, Drew, because I thought I didn't speak to Drew for a few months, and then he popped up in the chat, and I know he's like a hardcore sports gambler. And I was like, look, I said, did you come over because you watched this guy? I said, because I noticed, you just popped up. And he goes, nah. I said, and I started asking him, I said, well, what's the chances of being able to like figure this out? And he kept it real. He goes, look, man, he goes, if that was real, he goes, you know how many people that that would be capitalizing on this or doing this. And I was like, yo, that's a good point. And he's like, yeah, he goes, there's no way. He goes at most 53%, maybe something like that. Yeah, but I was just like, wow. So when he told me that earlier today, and then my boy Ed was like, look, man, he goes, yeah, I don't know, he looking a little tweaky in the chair there on the video. And then when I checked that other video, I said, wow. I said, yo, this guy got a video with a thumbnail with Zach on it. And it has the word tweaker across. I didn't watch the video, but I was telling Ed, I said, something might be a little off. I don't think I'm seeing everything,
I'm sure he looks at all of us as goy. Let's just put it that way. We're all goy to him.
Yeah, he thinks he's smarter than everybody.
He could, that's a very big flaw. When you think you're not as smart as you are, that's a safe position. If you think you're smarter than you are, that's a dangerous position. Because now, you think that you know stuff, and it's like, And Sven called it out last night. Sven Dabs was like, poor Count Zacula being evil has got to be exhausting. Man, this is like, just hearing how he attacked, just the thought of me saying, look, I don't think this, I don't see where this is relevant really right now. I do know numerology and gematria have, it's a mathematics. It does have a reality to it. But like what Kiwi just said, if he thinks he's an expert and couldn't even break down the movie Pi the way it should be broken down, then okay. But the fact that he went as far, he said some very unkind things about me on the stream. I didn't listen to more than 5 minutes of it, but he played like a clip of me saying something about, the Jesuits and, how does that, like, I don't understand where that would come in, because it's like telling me the Jesuits built the Statue of Liberty. Okay. And how do I use that knowledge to make my life better? What, just knowing, the Empire State Building got 103 stories. Okay, great. How does that help me?
And then from then on, it was full on attack mode.
You
have your own mind. It's crazy, man. Like, if you're not lockstep with everything that he thinks and believes, then you're dumb, and it's just full on attack mode, man.
Wow, and Sven is, I gotta thank Sven. I didn't know he did 2 straight streams hating. I thought it was just the one today.
Holy,
it was 2.
Yeah, he did 2.
Yeah, it was 2. Yeah.
Wow.
He's got one with your picture with the triangles and the squares. He's got one.
And you know what? When you guys first started doing the live streams together, in the back of my mind, I said, man, it's only a matter of time. Just understand the Zach. Swear to God, man. In the back of my mind, I said it's only a matter of time, man, because I realized that you have your own mind and you're not gonna do any, like kissing anybody's behind. Like you have your own mind, and I realized it about you. And once I noticed that, I said, oh yeah, it's only a matter of time. It's only a matter of time.
Cool. That's cool, man. Yeah, he don't know. Like back in 2020 in January, Jeff Conte was the guy that created Patreon. He came to 28th Street in Manhattan, and they were throwing like a get together for Patreon. And I was hooked up by email because I had found out about Patreon from a friend. He's a stand-up comic, and he goes, "Yeah, you might be able. Patreon's a cool site." And even when I went to to see, the thing, because I told them, I said, look, I'm not paying $20 to get into this thing. And they were like, all right, we're going to give you a free ticket to come here. So I was like, all right. I said, because just taking the train to get to Manhattan, I said, that's money right there. So I went, and Jeff Conte, he had a few other people, and it seemed, even though these were the people that created Patreon, they seemed like scammers to me. It was at this bar slash nightclub, and he had 3 of the women that were on there. And I remember after the like their little, like presentation of, why Patreon is like, letting people make money and they pay out so much money. They go, hey, if anybody wants to stay, we have an after show. And that's when the girls were going to be on stage. And I was like, I ain't trying to sit here and watch these hookers on stage. I was like, I just walked down the block and I could see them. And, they all over the damn place. But these were girls that were working with him. I think one girl, oh man, Jenna or something, I forgot her name, but, they were definitely trying to, there was something scammy. And I'm not saying, just because he's with Patreon, but I knew from before, I knew something was weird, because I'm saying, okay, if you paid out, so many millions of dollars to people that went to your Patreon site, why are you in like a dive bar in Lower Manhattan trying to charge people $20 to get in? And there was only like maybe at best 30 people there. And then, a lot of people had left, and, I was standing around talking with a few people, just basically networking. And then when they said, okay, we're going to have this after show, if anybody wants to say, that's when I knew. I said, oh yeah, this is like a total grift. But now, I'm putting 2 and 2 together. When Zach was on the show, he was putting a lot of emphasis on, he had like the most successful Patreon. He says something like that, like, it was 12,000 or something like that people, or, I guess
he has over 10,000 members on Patreon, but actual paid members, he has about 2,600. There's a difference. You can go on the Patreon, you can see this. It'll show you that a person has more members on their Patreon, but it'll show the actual paid members under that. He has, it's 10,000 people that has been on his page collectively, but the actual paid members that are currently on his page is roughly around 25, maybe 2,600, and that's a huge disparity from what you had when you were at your peak. When he was at his peak, he had 7,600, and that's just what I recall from the last time I seen it at his peak. He probably had even more than that. How is there that significant of a drop off if you're doing so much winning as you claim?
Topsy, you know what it is?
To 2,500.
But those members who aren't paid, they're probably in on it with him. They're in on it with him for the scam. You know what I'm saying?
No, with some people, like even though you like unsub from a person's Patreon, you can remain a member on a free member on the Patreon, and that's probably what it was.
Oh, okay.
You can remain a free, but you don't have access to the information that the paid members have. But you can still be a member of the Patreon.
Gotcha. Yeah. And Mr. X, you checked his Patreon or not?
No, I haven't. I'm just going by what Topsy said.
You can go to it. You can go to his page and you can see it. He has over 10,000 members. But right under that, it'll show paid members around. Maybe it's probably improved since then. He probably has about 26, maybe 2,700. But that's a huge disparity from what he had at his peak.
Yeah. I looked at it. But when I had scrolled down, like it says, you could see the posts and the amount of likes, and it says, if you want to join, and it only had like 11 likes. The other one had like 7 likes, but I couldn't see what the content was.
I think if you go to if you click about, it'll show you.
All right. So yeah, because this was it was something, I forgot why I checked it. And this was before all the beef and stuff. I had said, I was talking to Scribe, because I had just talked to Scribe right before the stream started, and I told him, I said, look, man, I said, I don't know. I said, I think this guy, I said, I just got like somebody sent me a clip of him saying stuff, and now y'all are telling me he did 2 streams. I'm like, holy shit! I was like,
Yeah,
damn,
did 2 streams, man.
yeah, I
Two
haven't,
streams. And
yeah,
you would think that you attacked him or something. Like you
yeah,
would
you know
think that
what
you
it
said
was?
something nasty about him, and you just simply posed the question of, maybe the Jesuits angle could be, deceptive. It could possibly not be the Jesuit. That's all. That's pretty much all you said, and he just went on this full blown attack simply because you didn't. You're questioning that,
Hmm.
and that's my whole issue with him, man. You don't
Yeah,
got all the
yeah.
answers, man. You don't you think you're smarter than everybody. It's ridiculous,
I
man.
think he
Like
was trying to
don't get it
recruit
together.
MD, honestly. I think he was trying to recruit him for his scam.
Yeah.
I really think so.
I think it might be something like that, because I think I remember hearing him say something like, this guy came on because when he left me on the stream and he said, all right, he's got to go pick up his daughter. He'll be there in 10 minutes. And I've been doing radio since 2010. So it's like, also, those are my interviews, but I mean, it's just like a natural thing for me. Like it just comes natural. I've had a lot of conversations throughout life, and I do a lot of research. So it's like when I went on there, which I've done on a lot of other streams, I must have made like a very strong impression about what I was saying about, like, conspiracies. And then he just started promoting the channel, and I thought that was really cool. I was like, okay,
I
thanks.
did too. I did too. When I seen that, I was like, okay, that's good. That's what made me check your page out, because of Zach. I found your page because of Zach.
Wow.
And it's just crazy how he feels like it, like he can be in accordance with you, but as soon as he realizes that you question anything that he brings to the table, or if you don't believe what he believes, then it's like the gloves are off, F you, and it's just he goes on these attacks, man. I don't agree with that. Like you
Yeah.
don't have all the answers, man. You don't.
I,
Not one person has all the answers.
I think he might realize that isn't really a good idea, because maybe now he'll understand that I will let everybody that disagrees with him come on the panel. I'll even let a few people that agree with him, if they'll learn how to stay quiet and not jump in and curse like the other guy did. But I don't know if Eric, if you're with them or not. He says, listening to the stream with my partner, and we were roughly 30 minutes behind the live combo, I felt I had to chime in and correct that Sally G is not a racist at all. I'm not saying she's a racist, but what she said was pretty racist. So I remember from learning from Doc G, who used to be on Pacifica Free Speech Radio over here on Wall Street, WBAI. He made a good point. He goes, look, if somebody says something that's racist, you don't want to have the conversation of you are racist. He goes, you got to keep it on what you said was racist, because if you say the racist, they could slip away. They're very slippery. So
Yeah.
you keep it on the, hey, what you said. So I'm not saying she's a racist, but when she came out with that white replacement theory, I didn't want to bring up that this entire continent was basically people of color, and now it's not. So when you talk about replacement, I'm seeing, if it really even is karma. And I understand what you're saying, Eric. You're a brown man. She's mixed herself. All of this stems from some mixed up. Yeah, and it could be. And she came on the stream. She must have been so heated, and she spoke with us, and I could see she was a little heated, related to her bringing up replacement migration. Why people weren't wanting. Well, people weren't wanting to have families. See, this is the thing. It's not the birth control in the water, right, that has lower male sperm count 50%. 50% since the drop of the pill in 1960. That couldn't be why people's not having children. It couldn't be all the stuff they're spraying that are making people basically impotent. It's turning, like we know for a fact. Alex Jones tried to say it in a crazier way, but Tyrone Hayes was the brother that did the research on the frogs that were being sprayed with the atrazine, showing, anybody can watch the videos on YouTube, how the male frogs were turning into female frogs. So that couldn't be affecting people too, right? And that couldn't be why a lot of these guys ain't having kids. You see, I'm just putting this stuff out there. But if you dig into the replacement migration, right? The native people of North America view the colonization replacement towards, well, some could say that, but remember the word colonization, the root word is colonization, deals with digesting. And if you look into the etymology of that word, it is the digesting of another culture. They have basically eaten and digested these other places. People don't want to get into the words, though. Native Hawaiians could use the takeover, replacement migration. It's not, see, replacement migration, that's too nice of a word. What happened to Hawaii in America was brutal invasion and genocide. So you see these migrants that are coming in, they're not putting white people in concentration camps called reservations. You see, there's a difference there. There is definitely a difference there. With that said, we both enjoy, and I appreciate that, man. But please, I'm not, again, the amount of times you're saying that I'm assuming she's a racist, let's just go as far as to say what she said sounded very racist. I'm not saying she is a racist. If she hops on again, she knows she's welcome. But I did notice her run over to Jack's stream and was immediately like jumping on the bandwagon to like kind of like she says she left a comment just recently. So I know there's something that is festering in there. She might be a cool person and she might not. Maybe she needs to understand that I'm very open-minded to say, look, yeah, and you right, Dros, and now Zach is trying to recruit you for his skin. I mean, who knows, Dro? But I know one thing: you sounding like one of his minions. You definitely want more. Yeah, I mean, he's not Azroom. Good to see you, brother. It's always a pleasure.
Good to see Azroom. But I just think there's more. That guy who came on earlier with that curse words and going off on you. It's got to be more than he's just a follower. He's got to have some interest in it. You know what I'm saying?
Mm-hmm.
I don't see that kind of loyalty just from followers.
There's something like you were saying. Miss Cool Gem says, I hear what you're saying about karma could be the hurricanes for slavery. I think they're controlling the weather. I think that they literally, Katrina, if you look up the word for the name Katrina, is to purify, is to cleanse. And they purposely, if you look into Katrina, they did something with the levees that would flood the black areas.
Yeah.
And it would not flood the majority of the white areas. Some of the areas did get flooded, but the majority of the brunt was hit, it hit the ghetto. I mean, I don't put it past, I've said it before. You can never trust the government. You can never trust the government. I don't trust none of the stuff these people say, but I hear what you're saying about the karma. There is a karmic reality. There's definitely a karmic reality. It makes me wonder. Yeah, it really does. I mean, this is, and this is the thing. I was coming on, when I saw the thing and I said, okay, I'm not going to roast Zach. I will definitely talk about the ideas, because that was the thing. I kept saying in all of the thing about, look, I don't think this Jesuit thing is really, or the gematria. I don't see, I know the gematria is valid. I just don't see where it is predicting things properly for me. I just maybe I don't know it well enough. I definitely don't know it well enough. And I think that alone, that questioning, he sent on Stonewood the day before yesterday, and he seemed cool. But he just wanted to argue with me. Like he was saying, oh, the orange and the cube that you showed is the same, is not, it's not the same color. And you're saying it is. And then Zach had said something about that too when he came on the stream. And I'm like, look, if either you see it or you don't. If you don't see it, again, I'm not here to spoon feed you. It's like when Dro was saying, oh, so we gave him the link to the channel and him asking us for the video, and he's saying, oh, how is that spoon feeding? Well, we gave you the link for the channel. You're going to have to feed the knowledge to yourself. And even if you watch it, I can't think for you. So, Yeah, and I still, and all in all, I hope Zach gets better. I hope he heals from his racism. I hope he stops slandering people because that's a sign of immaturity. And if he has a drug problem with meth or something, is why he's jittery or whatever, I hope he gets help for that. And I hope he feels better. I
And
mean,
that's the thing, man. This isn't. I don't consider this roasting Zach. It's just simply being honest.
exactly. Yeah, we're not roasting him. Exactly. If
Yeah,
we
like
could roast
the
him,
guy that got mad and started saying the B word and got emotional. That's to me. That's going beyond the topic at hand. You
yeah,
get emotional and you go on these ad hominem attacks. No,
yeah,
no, put your emotions to the side and let's just talk like men.
yeah.
And we're simply just holding Zach accountable. I never cussed at Zach this entire time. I didn't call him out his name. I'm just simply telling the truth, and I'm holding him accountable for things that he said and things that he's done.
Mhm.
And because of that, to let him tell it, I'm a hater and I'm a troll. I'm not a hater nor a troll. I completely disagree with that. I'm
Yeah,
holding
no,
you accountable.
the fact that you came on here and spoke your mind, you're definitely not a troll. You're a very intelligent brother that is dropping the knowledge. And I've noticed that people don't like intelligent people. We are the minority. Intelligent people are clearly the minority. And X has seen that the whole time. When we have good conversations, we would have good conversations with him and I, and like certain people would come up and just screw everything up, and we'd be like, man, we were having such a great conversation, and we would let guys on we were cool with, and they just didn't understand the pauses and when to speak, because you don't always have to, like, wait totally. You just, you catch the pause. Somebody says something, okay, you address that. It's like a flow.
Can I
And
just say something real quick?
yeah.
I mean, this is just a black pill reality. We got a BP reality. We got to face. Okay, there's people that are always going to think they're better than other people and are going to look down on other people, and it's we just have to recognize it. That's how you don't get taken advantage of. The world is a cruel place, and these people exist. And I don't. They're not going to change. I'm just saying that based on my life experience. It is what it is. I don't make the rules. I just report them. You know.
No, you got a point there. It's like that scorpion and the frog fable, where the scorpion, asks the frog, hey, take me across the river. And he's like, nah, man, you're gonna bite. And he's like, no, 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 I'll just, I promise you. And when the scorpion gets on the frog's back and they go in the river and they're halfway across it, the scorpion stings them. And now they're both drowning. He's like, yo, why'd you do that? And he goes, because I'm a scorpion, man. He goes, what do you expect? And this is where sometimes it's that saying I used to say, no matter how hard you try, you can't polish a turd. So if somebody is that, and I'm not saying he is, um,
But when they show you your true colors, you better believe it. You
yeah,
better
you
believe
have
it.
to,
That's,
when they show you who they are, believe them. Kind of like what Maya Angelou was saying. When people show you who they are, you believe them. The mind, what's up, brother? How's everything?
Yeah,
Good.
I don't.
What's up? I just wanted to chill for a little bit. Uh,
Okay.
I, I wanted to add one thing real quick. You were saying people don't like smart people. I think that's true because they will think like we're a know-it-all, right? That's the thing I've been told, and we don't even think we know it all. Literally, the smartest people are unsure of themselves, but people will misinterpret things a lot of times.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. No, I hear you, man. It's
That's it.
I don't
That's
know.
all.
Yeah. No, that's cool, man. If anything, just add it in. And yeah, I've noticed that also any type of intelligence or even just critical thinking, when it threatens somebody, it's like a red flag that, okay, this person wants to keep me in a state of mind control, because if I critically think or I question something, now all of a sudden there's a problem. But if I don't question, everything's cool. And I mean, I guess maybe because I don't gamble, I just don't gamble because it's not because I got a problem with gambling. I'm just never felt attracted to it. But I can understand people making money. I can understand the allure. Um, it just, yeah, there's no doubt about it. I mean, I have gambled before, uh, but when I think about what's going on, I'm like, man, this is, gambling is very addictive. And yeah, I've had people in my
That
family.
brainwashing,
Yeah,
hypnotic as well.
very much. I mean, we saw Jose when he used to come on the stream. He used to basically every day he'd go to the casino because he lived close to it. And I used to try to tell him, like, look, bro, this it can affect you. There comes a time where you're gonna, you get addicted to going there. And you think you're winning, but most of the time, from what I've heard of people, you always end up giving it back. It's like a back and forth type of thing. You're gonna win, someone's gonna go back. I would say rarely people stay up. But it's
a high, it's a rush.
Yeah, it definitely is. One lady the other day, I was speaking with her, and she said she had a dream, and she went to the casino, and she had $200. She said her last $20 she hit on a slot machine for 10 grand.
Wow.
And she was all happy. And then she goes, yeah, I think she paid 3,500 in tax. So she only came out with like 6,500. But at least that was, I was like, shoot, you got money, And she said she paid bills with it and stuff. But yeah, I thought about that whole gematria thing, because I said, could it be that his whole thing with the conspiracies, and it was just a thought I had a couple of days ago. I said, could it be that that's how he's pulling in the people for the gambling, like to constantly make these streams? I mean, because he streams a lot, man. He's on crackhead level stream. I mean, I'm just like, me streaming every day just since May 4th or something is tough. It's tough, man. I ain't gonna lie. I mean, I wanted to get it to where the channel is complete. I put up a community post every day for the past few days, but I want to get it to where it's a post, a short, a video, and then the live stream. So then it's a complete channel every day. I mean, I don't know if I'll get to that, but when I looked at his channel only being up since 2022, and he's got over 3,000 videos, I'm like, God, holy smokes, that's got to be like 800 videos a year at least.
Yeah, and he's been doing it since 2013.
Yeah, and then he said he was doing since 2013. So I could imagine all of the other stuff. And I'm saying, I give him a lot of credit for his discipline. I mean, he's got a lot of discipline. The guy, without.
Well, he's trying to get customers. That's what he's doing. He's farming for customers. I'm sure it wouldn't be surprised if he does something with financial stuff, and he could be involved in other things too. I guarantee he's involved in other things.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, because somebody was telling me, he kind of thought, is he like a bookie or something? And I was like, I don't know. I don't know too much about him. I said,
bookie, it takes bets. He's just giving betting advice. That's what he's doing.
He gives out bets. The 2,500 people that he has is like the loyal, like his core followers. That's the loyal people that remain sub to him for numerous reasons. One, because they're they believe in gematria. They fully believe in it, and they're also degenerate gamblers. And when you combine the two, they remain loyal to his page. And
there's a lot of money to be made in that. A lot of money to be made in sports betting advice, or whatever they call it. There's a lot of money for that.
Yeah, exactly. But all you have to do is just look at the devil is in the details, man. The number one question I ask everybody: if this is what he claims it to be, why does he not gamble? He doesn't gamble. He thinks it's immoral, and he thinks that investing money into crypto is immoral. But he advises people to do these things. That doesn't make sense at all.
Yeah, that's insane, man. I didn't know he doesn't gamble until you mentioned it.
No, he doesn't. He does not gamble, man. He does not. Zach does not gamble at all. And his money is made from his sub count on Patreon. And over the years, from the money that he's accumulated from the Patreon, he eventually invested into real estate. And that's another revenue stream for him.
There you go. I knew it. I called that. I just called it. Tonight he has some other revenues going in there. Get rich quick on real estate. I knew it. Sorry, I'm trying to brag, but
no, man, you're good. You
I know these guys. I know these scammers. They're everywhere.
Yeah, And again, like you don't go from 7,600 plus people down to 2,500 if you're consistently winning the way you claim you are. If gematria is what you claim it to be, that many people, there wouldn't be that much of a regression on your Patreon if it was what you said it was. You would have improved upon that number.
Yeah. And also, it's like it this, if this knowledge was real where he could hit on it 80% of the time, that's like a gold mine. And everybody knows if you find a gold mine, you're not going to show people where the gold mine is. You're going to wait until you got enough gold. And then it's like, all right, if I'm good, then there's where the mine is. Or people might not ever tell them where the mine is. It just, the logic adds up to where it's like, yeah, it doesn't make sense to, it just, and it's funny because some of his trolls, that's great that the trolls are coming in. Everything in this realm is being run by.
Tell them to show proof. I was on a Discord server, the Gold Boys, and they got over 30,000 members in it. And they don't do gematria or anything like that. They're just casual bettors. And the way I found that server was someone from the gematria community showed me a ticket from one of the guys in that server, like one of his winnings. He placed $1,000 on a 3-leg home run parlay, and it hit for $170,000. And I was just like, whoa, like I gotta join this. That's crazy that you could do that. And that's like, if you're doing so much winning, provide evidence. How many people would you sway to your Patreon if you could show them that, man, like this knowledge, look at these tickets, look at these winning tickets that we have. Like provide, you said a guy hit for $80,000 off of $80. Where's the ticket? Let us see the proof of this. If that's what actually happened, why wouldn't you do that? Especially when you get up every day and you complain about people not supporting you, and you always are pushing your Patreon. What better way to sway people to your Patreon than to provide the proof that you're actually winning? Anybody can say that I had a guy hit for $80,000 off $80. I can. Anybody can say that. Let's see the proof. Prove it.
Exactly, because if somebody would have actually hit that and got 80 grand, that would have been the super promo. A super promo, it's like the fact that they're not showing that is kind of like, it's kind of sus. You're absolutely right. It's definitely like, wait a second, that's like a formula to make money, to say, hey, I threw this money down, I followed this system, I won $80,000. Man, you're right. People will be flocking to that.
Yeah, man.
Yeah.
13 years later, and this movement has yet to produce a millionaire, or at least somebody that's a couple $100,000 to the good. 13 years later, it should at least one person, and that's being generous. You should at least produce one person that's at least a couple $100,000 to the good, if this is what you claim it to be.
Exactly. And then if we really look into it, like you said, it's like it didn't produce a millionaire, but it produced a dude that allegedly offed himself.
Exactly.
He must have put a lot of money into that.
Yeah, relying on gematria. He placed he put too much money on a bet, and it was too much for him, and he took his life, man. His name was Mark. I forget his full name, but I know his first name was Mark. Yeah, man. Ask anybody else in the community, they'll tell you that. And Sports Gematria, he's made a video about that. It was a guy that called in on Zach's live stream and genuinely asked Zach, did he think that he was responsible for Mark's death? And Zach, he said no, he didn't think he was. And I'm not saying that Zach should take responsibility, or I'm not even saying that he is responsible, but I am saying that a guy using gematria put too much money on a bet, he lost, and he killed himself.
Yeah, no, that's definitely some responsibility there. I mean, it's like, I understand he's probably he's scared. He can't say it because that he'll probably end up doing time. I mean, if you
simply don't want to be responsible for somebody losing their life, who wants to be responsible for that?
That karma is real. That's where that karma starts to show up. in unexpected places, and people, they say why, and it's like, hey, you reap what you sow. What you plant, you plant an orange seed, it's going to grow an orange tree. It ain't going to grow an apple tree. So
Yeah.
he's planting these evil deeds and not want. I mean, how could you not feel? It's like, wait a second, people, like people that have made bad investments for other people in the stock market in New York City have been known to jump out of windows and stuff because they know they can't pay back that couple of $1 million that they told this person to invest. I mean, I wouldn't jump out a window for that, but it's like, yeah, I mean, I heard of people taking out mortgages. I forgot what it was. It was a couple months ago, and then end up, it going wrong, and next thing you know, they want to end themselves, and just yeah, that's you know, exorcism is going in. He's like the Pythagorean cult's blood is probably of it. He just paid trolls, to work abound in every content creator's comment section because this is how the world, when they have those paid trolls. The fact that I was seeing a lot of people come over, and one of my friends, well, he's a cool guy. I mean, I consider him a friend. T-Raf, that brother is supported, and T-Raf left a comment. He gave $5 and then gave another $5. And in the second $5, he goes, MD, Zach got knowledge. He goes, but you got a lot more knowledge than him, right? And he said it in a way like, look, I've been, listening to you for years, and I'm just, nothing against, he wasn't throwing any shade on Zach. He was just saying like, look, you got more knowledge. So I was like, thank you, T-Raf, right? So then the stream went on. Next day, Zach jumps on, and he mentioned that. And when he mentioned that, I was just like, look, T-Raf is a cool brother that's been with us for a while. I was like, I told Zach, I said, look, you got your expertise in gematria. You know much more about the numbers and numerology than I do. And I have my areas of expertise. Maybe they might be broader. Then, maybe I might just be more open-minded. I didn't say that exactly, but it was sort of like kind of like lightly letting them know, like, look, the guy who said that knows me a lot better and might have looked at some of your content. And maybe it is true. But the fact that you're bringing it up, like he kind of also backpedaled because he goes, well, you're about 10 years older than me. So, of course, you're going to have more knowledge. And I said, well, for you to be 10 years my junior and have the amount of knowledge you have, it says a lot. And I just sensed that he was a little nervous, like anything that challenged him, so I sensed a bit of insecurity there.
Yeah.
But so basically, what year around did you get hip to him, like when you found him?
2016, just randomly scrolling through YouTube. And because I've always been quote unquote woke, but I stumbled upon Zach's page, and immediately I was hooked. And that's why I actually call myself Topsy, because of the movie. I don't know if you ever seen the movie 23 with Jim Carrey.
The number 20. It was a while ago. I don't really remember the whole thing,
but the character Jim Carrey, his character went by the name Topsy Crex, which is a play on the words top secrets, Topsy Crex. But I abbreviated, just call myself Topsy. But the character stumbled across the number 23 and noticed the patterns in his life and how it like the numbers just like the numbers took over his mind, and he just became so enthralled with it that everything else in his life plays second fiddle to the numbers. And I kind of had a similar experience, and that's why I was just like, well, I just call myself Topsy. I just go by that. But 2016, man, that I randomly was scrolling through YouTube. I found his page, and that's how I found him. And I used to be a huge, like I used to be an avid follower of Zach's. when people used to criticize him, I used to defend him to no end, bro, because I believe so much in gematria, and I couldn't see the wrong in Zach. And I used to be on major platforms pushing his page, ESPN or whatever, like in the comment sections, pushing his page. Like that's how much of an avid follower I was of his. And then it started with the racist remarks that he made, and then eventually like the deceptive things that he would do, claiming wins that he was doing more winning than he was actually was, and the predictions that weren't coming through. And then when somebody calls him out on these things, like how offended or like just a lot of things that culminated and just I detracted from. And yeah, man, that's how it all started in 2016. And I think
Wow.
around 2020, yeah, maybe 2020, maybe 2021, when I was like, all right, man, yeah, Zach ain't what I thought he was. And then probably like 2022, I fell back from. I started questioning him, and he didn't like that. That's when we started like kind of going back and forth. In probably like 2022. Yeah. And
And
I'm
that
not the
was
only one. It's a lot of people. It was a guy named Rambo. The community used to love Rambo, man. The knowledge that he brought to the table, his angle of gematria and numerology. People used to love Rambo. Zach used to go live, and Rambo was like the dedicated like panelist that Zach would have on, and people would tune in most of the times because of Rambo. And Rambo, I think, questioned Zach about something that he said, and Zach just went on full attack mode on him. And some of the people in the community didn't appreciate that Zach fell out with him. And that him falling out with Rambo made some people detract from him. And just a lot of people, it's been a lot of people that was dedicated to the movement. Zach eventually fell out with them simply because they have their own mind. And people detract, man. I told you, literally everybody that's on Sports Gematria's page was once followers of Zach. Everybody, all three, it's over 3,000 people on that page. All of them used to be a follower of Zach's, and they all of us detract. That many people don't regress if you're in the right. It's just no, that's not no. But yeah, man. It's just it all started in 2016.
Wow. So wow. So people started to see when he fell out with Rambo.
Yeah, with Rambo, with a handful of people, man. It's not just Rambo, but Rambo was one of the the most like people. A lot of people like Rambo. A lot of people took to Rambo. Yeah, and it was beyond like the information that he presented, just the kind of person that he was. A lot of people liked him, man. And eventually Zach fell out with him. And from my recollection, he didn't do anything. It was simply because he was questioning Zach, or it was something that Zach said and he didn't appreciate it, and he called Zach out on that. And Zach just went on full attack mode.
And that's when he was when he made his racial remarks, was it just about like making a racial remark about Black people, or about like
no, it was because Blacks were holding him accountable. It wasn't just specifically Blacks. It was just the some of the people that questioned him or was holding him accountable happened to be Black people, and his retort to them was monkey or circus creature or the N-word.
Wow.
Yeah.
Holy smokes.
Yeah.
That is like, I'm surprised, man. And I'm so glad you brought out on how you're so honest and saying, look, man, I was feeling it. I was learning from it. The gematria is real. And then, you were promoting the channel. So you're keeping it real, saying, look, man, I was out there, like 100% supporting them. And hopefully some of these guys, like this dude in the chat, I think he's like a hardcore Zach supporter. But he, I don't know if he's going to see, he trying to say he observed what Zach brought to the world. It's like, bro, what do you stop worshiping people, man.
He's
It's
got
like,
a
That's the point
financial
that I was
interest.
making.
He's an investor. Trust me, he's
That's
an
the point that I
investor.
was making earlier, man. That because he showed us gematria and that he woke some of us up, then just look past all the cons. It's like sweep those things under the rug, and that's wrong. That's not right, man. There's nothing wrong with holding Zach accountable, and you're not wrong for that. If
yep.
Zach is wrong, hold his feet to the fire, man. Hold him accountable. You're not wrong for that. If he wants to fall out with you because you're holding him accountable, then that says more about him than it does you. You're not wrong for that. To the people that follow him, man, you're supposed. This is the truth community of all the communities that's out here, man. The truth community. You can't be a leader of the truth community, but you're allowed to lie and deceive, man. No, that's wrong, bro. You can't.
Todd, can I ask you a question?
What's that?
Did Zach ever ask you, like, tell your friends, tell your family, come to about my channel, about my system? Did they ever tell?
He didn't have to. He didn't have to, man. I used to just do that willingly. And especially when I was first exposed to the knowledge, man, I couldn't believe it, man. I was like, man, people need to know this, man. And I would tell everybody, friends and families, and I would even get into full-fledged arguments about this with friends and family, man. Sometimes even strained relationships for this knowledge, you know. Like I was a huge believer in it at one point in time, man. And you know, like it. So anybody that's calling me a hater and a troll, you like it as long as I've been in this community and as much I put into it, you can't label me a hater and a troll, man. It's one thing if you just been around for a brief amount of time and just immediately, as soon as you come across that, you saying, man, this is BS. But it's a whole nother thing when you've been a dedicated follower, and then eventually you smarten up and you realize it for what it is.
Yep. And that's what the cult leaders fear the most, is that somebody wakes up and says, hey, you know what? I was attracted to this with the reality that gematria does have a reality to it. And then as I was there, you know, I liked it so much, the knowledge promoted it. And then, you know, the veil started to fall when you started to see him making racial slurs. It's like anybody attacking a person like this guy who might be a troll in the chat, full something. You know, when he's saying you're a clown, I don't think he's addressing you. I think he's addressing something in the chat, or maybe even me. It's like just the fact that you're doing that, like, okay, yeah, you know, it's like you can call somebody a clown or whatever like that, but it's like if they're acting like a clown, and nobody here is acting like a clown, we're analyzing what's going on.
That's what they do best, man. Ad hominem attacks, man. When they can't address the actual point that you're making, is name calling, ad hominem attacks. That's what they do. That's what that community does, man.
Like evolutionists.
Yeah, exactly. The evolutionists do the same thing. It's like, all I do is ask for proof. I'm like, look, I'm not religious. I just want to know. And they can't. I mean, I study science, so it's very hard for them to pull one over. But fall of the red and orange, you're saying 33 years after it was built. All right, true. You're saying it was two buildings that looked like a giant 11, came down on the 11th day. First plane was flight AA-11, right? How does this stuff improve my life?
Yeah, exactly.
You know what I'm saying? I'm looking at this stuff and I'm like, you want to talk about calling people a clown? I mean, I might as well play some circus music for you. This is, you know, if you could have told me this before it happened, okay, you got some. To tell me it after it happened just shows me you might as well just put the red wig on and the big shoes, because when you call other people clown, you're basically, you know, you the one that's in the circus. It's like this is stupid stuff, man. I don't this is when I said, look, I don't understand. Maybe it's me. Maybe I'm not smart enough. But you know what? When I really analyze it, it seems like you just, you know, this is ridiculous. This is so confusing. Okay, 33 years after it was built and 11 states. What the heck does this got to, like, where is something that this is producing something positive to where, okay, is it saying don't go in the building? No, the catastrophe has already happened. And then anybody, you know, it just, and now, you know, you're saying, okay, Zach brought out how gematria is being used, scripted proper. Now, if you, all right, there's a lot of people that don't. I didn't know gematria, and I know I see more propaganda than Zach sees, and that's what I think T-Raf was saying in the comment, because there's a lot of stuff. Even when Stonewood or whatever came on, that he was trying to bring up some stuff about Pleiades and all of that stuff, and I said, look, that's your belief. I said, do you know how many stars are in the Pleiades? Because it's a star cluster, and of course not, because he's not, you know, he's a minion. He's a minion. He's like a lemming. Iam says Rambo called Zach out in a previous stream. Rambo called Zach, and after the call, Zach criticized Rambo. Decode after hanging up. Cowardly Styles. Yeah, that's the same thing he did to me when I didn't know he made the two streams. I just thought it was like a clip in the beginning of this last stream. The following week, Rambo called Zach and called him out. Wow. So, you know, anybody that can't take criticism, you already know that's it. No, you definitely worshiping this dude. You over here saying, oh, he brought it to the world like if he's some. You know how many people knew gematria and numerology? That shit goes back thousands of years, man.
Exactly. They think it all started with Zach. And that's how you know it's a cult following. Like, how do you not know this? This happened way before Zach, man. Way before Zach. And also, if this really meant anything, what then the quote unquote Jesuits, they get up every day relentlessly and still do what they do. You have not, like, you haven't stopped them from doing anything. They still get up every day in, day out, without a conscience, with relentlessly get up without hesitation and still do what they do, knowing Zach exists and knowing Zach and his community is trying to wake people up. So it doesn't really mean anything if you're not getting them to stop doing what they're doing. They still get up every day relentlessly, whoever it is, and they do what they do. So knowing gematria doesn't mean anything. You're not stopping the train. They're still doing what the elites are still moving how they move. You're not stopping anything, man. And people, like, if you just comb through the comment sections of major platforms, man, people understand what's going on. They didn't need gematria to understand that. A lot of people know what the hell is going on, man. They didn't need to take the route of gematria or numerology to figure that out. People know. They think gematria is the end all be all. And if you don't take this route, then you're dumb and you don't know what you're talking about. To let them tell it. They think it's all about gematria.
Yep. Yeah, I've noticed that a lot of his followers, man, the fact that they came, and you know, people tried to warn me. I just didn't really like look at the page until when I
gave him the benefit of the doubt, man. You gave him the benefit of it, and that's what you're supposed to do. And again, man, this is just calling it what it is, man. This is not an attack on Zach. This is simply calling it what it is.
But look at the positive. Look at the positive. We met a cool guy like Topsy here. So
oh, that's great, because you know that's the good part of it, that we meet, and then other cool people will probably come on and be like, yeah, you know, I mean, whatever happened to Rambo? He just disappeared.
But he doesn't. Like him and Zach don't. You know, they never like.
And they just that was it. He just never like.
Yeah. Like I think he still you know, like does gematria, and I think he still like teaches people. But I don't think. Oh, I know for sure him and Zach fell out, and that was the end of it. They had amended.
I mean, my whole thing where I would have asked Zach, because I was thinking about it the other day when he brings up, like, you know, all of these names like Kennedy or whatever, and he's like, oh, this adds up to 68 or 50 something, or, you know, and I'm thinking, okay, but what about the names that add up to stuff that add up to a different number that you don't include? That has to have some type of bearing. If you're going to look at numerology or gematria in a scientific way, you got to say, okay, everything, because math, and numbers especially work in that way to say, all right, this means this adds up to this. Now, how do I track this forward so it can be useful? And I do understand that, okay, the sports and all of that. And when I had mentioned that to him, he's like, yeah. And he mentioned a little bit with the stocks. So somebody, I think in the chat, had made a comment like immediately refuting it. Like, wow, now this guy's trying to say stocks and all of that. And I mean, that can get pretty dangerous, because if people put money into that and lose it, like how you were saying, that guy that ended himself, it's like, I could see how people could get put in that position to where it's like, dag, they put everything in there because they believed in this guy so much. And this can be dangerous, man. I guess it's a reason. Yeah, because I used to do this in the dating field. When he basically tried to insult me, probably, I think, out of ignorance, that he didn't know, when he was saying, that I was a dating coach. So I said, okay, he doesn't really understand. And if he doesn't understand, he should just stay quiet, because now that he committed himself to saying that, and then openly trying to, he was saying the word loser and all of this. And I've had somebody else say that, this one troll from years ago, he would specifically call a lot of people losers and all of that stuff. So when I look at that and I'm saying, wow, I only said good things about him. And I said, okay, I don't agree. I don't see how this number stuff is really, if it's not predictive, like very close, like 80, 90, 100%, then, and it's only used after a
fact. Yeah, retrospectively.
It
doesn't have much predictive power, man.
Yeah,
they ignore the wrong predictions, and they highlight the few times that they win. See, for every 10 picks produced, probably 5 of them are right, and the 5 that are wrong is forget about those, sweep those under the rug, and then it's just hold these other 5 in high regard. See, gematria works. That's what they do.
Yeah. No, I could definitely. I says Rambo has a channel. Wow. Oh, on Patreon. Okay. Okay. Truth, the truth codes. Okay. And the thing is, and I see Fall of the Red. I think you hurt. I think there's something. It can come as a shock when the truth hits you. You're saying you're not worshiping Zach, but when you use the words, you use the work he brought to the world. The way you just say that, that's like a form of worship. Man.
Yeah, man, definitely.
Big time.
You speak like that.
It just, maybe he don't see that he's, that's some crazy stuff. Timbo says Zach loses his temper with Jim Bob, go to 28 minutes, and he makes some odd racial claims. Is that on the channel gematria, the link that we dropped, Timbo?
More than likely, yeah.
Yeah, just if you could put the name of the video that we should go to at 28 minutes, if you can, bro. I appreciate it, man. Yeah, so yeah, I don't, because I heard there's a lot of videos on that channel, like over 100. So if you could please put the name, because I want to check it. I want to check some of this stuff. I mean, the fact that I wouldn't even have known if I didn't just, check my email and was like, oh, he made a stream. And I saw the thing pop up in the thumbnail, know your enemy. But then I'm thinking, all right. And when I made the thumbnail for this stream, when I had put it into the AI, it magically made, because I said, look, put a full-grown adult in a baby high chair being fed the truth, this and that. And then I touched it up with Photoshop, made it a little better. And the dude that it put kind of looked like Zach a little, and I was saying, and that was, because I said, man, when I threw it up there, I said, I wonder if this guy's going to think it's that I'm taking a shot at him, when I'm just like, look, I ain't, gonna spend all day making a thumbnail. I'm just gonna put up this. It looks good enough. I touched it up a little, like I had to fix a few things, and I made the truth pill bigger and the spoon and all of that stuff. And I think it might have he might have saw that, and then he made the stream. But y'all are saying that he made a stream before this too, so this is the second.
Yeah. He made one before that, man. It was saying when you think you're woke but you're still asleep, and he had it's an AI photo. I think the guy is asleep, and then like how you have the dream bubble that comes from their head.
Mhm.
He has a dream bubble, and then it has the photo that you was explaining about the shadows.
Mhm.
Yeah, it has a photo of that in the bubble.
Wow.
Yeah.
Wow.
Yeah.
I don't think, I mean, if he wants to get into roasting, it is kind of fun. It's been a while, but I don't think he's going to like some of the stuff because I can get a little unhinged on him. I mean,
I wouldn't even waste my time, man, because
Yeah.
the general consensus of Zach on social media is that he's a scammer and a fraud, to be quite
Yeah.
honest with you. The
I agree with
general
Todd.
consensus of him on social media. Most people know. So, I wouldn't even waste my time, man. And
Yeah.
it's far and wide throughout social media, man.
Mhm.
Most people know who he is. And
Wow.
how can that many people come to draw the same conclusions if there is no truth to it? And again, man, I can't stress it enough, man. Sports Gematria page, man, because you don't have to take my word for it. Just
Mhm.
go to this guy's page and watch the videos.
Yeah.
You don't have to take my word for it. You don't have to take Zach's word for it. Just go to that guy's page and just go from start to finish. Literally, the whole page is dedicated to pointing out Zach's lies, his hypocrisy, and his racism. Or I only want to racism is a bit strong. I want to say he said racist things towards black people. I'll say that.
Sure.
Yeah.
And somebody has a link for oh yeah, there it is.
Yeah, well, I am. If you could put it, how you got to put it, because it won't let you drop a link if you're not a mod, but you can put like at, I guess that's called a handle. So where it would say at, like this channel is at Architects of Humanity, and that would, take somebody straight to the channel. So if you could put the at, that'd be cool. Oh, the channel is Sports Gematria. That's just the channel that exposes him, Awakens Zen.
The guy doesn't speak a word. It's all Zach's words. He'll say one thing, and then right after that, it's something that contradicts what he said. And it's all Zach's words. This guy doesn't speak a word. It's just a collage of Zach's videos clip, and they're just contradictions after contradictions and hypocrisy and just nasty things that he said about people.
Yeah.
It's there, man. Y'all go see it yourself. You don't have to take my word for it.
Yeah, see, that's the beautiful thing. You putting out the knowledge, and White Heat Truth says, I thank Topsy for his inside info. He's a sharp dude. Absolutely, man. I'm so appreciative.
I appreciate that.
Yeah, man. This is
I'm just being honest though, man. I'm not even like, trying to attack Zach or anything. If Zach if his track record was, something that's to be revered and to be celebrated, I would do that. But that's just not the case most of the times. Does he deserve credit sometimes? Yes. And I have given him his credit. But I'm also going to hold you accountable. I'm not here to yes man and brown nose and kiss your behind, man. I'm going to call it what it is. And he has a consistent track record of that, man. And I'm not the only one. There's a lot of people that have detracted from him, man. And they will speak the same way. And again, Sports Gematria page, it documents all of it. You can see it yourself.
Yeah, I'm gonna check it out, man. I appreciate this, man. This is like, and I was wondering. I said, okay, I don't want to come on and like just directly roast him. I only seen like 2 minutes of the clip that somebody sent me, and I was surprised he played some of the stuff of me talking. I think it was saying something like, I just don't see where this is gonna, I don't understand it. And then he just started, he started going in, saying stuff. And then he assumed like, oh, well, he assumes that, if I was a dating coach, he goes, I'm probably single without a woman. And when I look at Zach, he's a very plain dude. There's no way he's had any near inkling of a sex life that I've had. He's kind of like squarish, if you ask me. It's like, when I think, and I noticed, he tries to push his kid and all of that, a lot, which I don't think is a good thing. And when people don't show their wives, we already know why, because usually they ugly. If you got a pretty wife, you're going to show her, and I'm not saying she is, but it's like, yeah, I don't want to get into, because I'll flame roast him, man. It just, he doesn't understand. It's like, I've been really very cordial with him, but if he wants to come out his face in the wrong way, but you got a good point. It's like, don't even waste, I just go forward, do my thing. It's like, but the fact that he, I was just like, man, I mean, it's like, holy smokes. Because even they had a guy, Sartain, he was on the Whatever podcast, and he was talking, trying to act like he was some relationship expert. And the girl he was with, she was so disrespectful. She tells him, she's like, yeah, like, you've been talking so long, can we hear something else? And the host was like, look, man, I wouldn't tolerate some disrespect like that. So like, I noticed these guys that try to act like, oh yeah, they got a they're in a relationship or something, and for some reason, they try to like say stuff about people who might not be in a relationship. But when I look at their relationship, I'm basically like, well, the dude might as well be wearing a dress, because she's the one that's in charge. And there's nothing wrong with women that are strong, independent, whatever, but I just don't flow like that. It's like, I'm in a relationship. I've always had, to where it's like, okay, I'm playing the role of the man, you playing the role of the woman, and that's just what it is. But the fact that he came out his face and said stuff like that, I was just like, wow. I said, and especially I have not said nothing bad about him in particular. I just talked about
You didn't say anything offensive at all, man. You just simply posed the angle of, maybe the Jesuits angle could be deception. That's pretty much all you said, man. And he just took complete offense to that. You're not as smart as you think you are, or like, just like, why does somebody have to be lockstep with everything that you believe? Like, if this is really about having an open mind, and because that's the whole point when you're collabing with somebody, is like, they have their own mind, you have your own mind, and if they don't agree with you, that doesn't mean that I'm gonna go on this attack and call them stupid and say they're not really woke because they don't believe how I believe. No, man, I have my own mind, you have your own mind, man. And we're here to, like, the collab in itself is great for the woke community, man. To be divisive like that is, man, on one hand you're saying that people can't come together in this community, but then when you do and people have their own mind, then you attack them. Well, I see why people can't come together, because people like you, when they don't believe how you believe, you attack them, man. People have their own mind, man. Like,
but he's there to scam. He's not there for the truth. He's there to scam. That's obvious.
Yeah, and he just thinks that he's the smartest of all, man. It's like, please, Zach, bestow upon us your knowledge. You're the all-knowing. Like, you enlighten us, teach us. You know everything.
I didn't learn anything from it, to be honest with you. I was just promoting it for the sake of the channel,
Exactly, man.
I didn't learn anything. I didn't believe one word he said, to be honest with you. The whole number thing is driving me nuts.
The arrogance is ridiculous, man. Like, he'll say things like, there's no one that's been more accurate when it comes to predictions than me. Like, he'll always say that he's got 1 million predictions right, and just these, like, really outlandish remarks when it comes
well, it's like
to,
the dating coaches. We've dealt with that before with the dating coaches. They had the best record of all. You know what I mean? It's the same routine. It's all scam.
That in itself is a red flag. When somebody says things like that, that should tell you right there that this person is probably full of it.
Exactly. Exactly. I mean,
Because
yeah, the fact that he couldn't see the triangle thing, and it's funny that you said he put that on the thumbnail because I didn't call him out like harshly, but I tried to explain to him like, look, you're not looking at the picture properly. When I show this picture of the three shadows, and okay, you can't see all three shadows. You can only see one of the shadows from your perspective. And he was like, no, no, no. Like in even Stonewood, it was like, oh, the Jesuits see all of this. And I'm like, you're not understanding it. And that's why I had to put this one up to say, look, you're either going to see it from the angle where you see the triangle shadow, the circular, or the square. You're not going to see all three. And
yeah,
the person that sees the square is going to say, hey, this is what I'm seeing. Other person going to say the triangle. And they could not understand that simple concept when I showed it with this one. And I'm saying most people see it with this one. They're like, oh, okay, so you're either going to see it from the square perspective, and he's saying, nah, one of them is the Jesuits, the other one is America. And I'm like, no, no, no. On the triangle, you're saying, okay, you got one, you're saying Israel, America, and then the other side is Jesuits. You're seeing the triangle shadow. I'm seeing the square. So I'm saying, okay, I might see some of the stuff you see and something that you don't see. And the person that's looking from the top down is seeing the circle. So they're saying, wait, I see this. And he couldn't understand that these are three different perspectives.
yeah.
So this is the level of ignorance that him and his lieutenant Spurgwood or Satin Smokewood,
Stonewood.
Stonewood, and he just and Stonewood went off the handle. I had to mute him twice. He was like, "Yo, put that picture back up, this and that," and then he jumped out the window. I didn't even put him backstage. He just jumped out the window, like homeboy who came on earlier. I forgot his name, but when he tried to interrupt you, and so I'm saying I knew exactly what he was doing when you started saying that, and that's why I said, look, hold on. You let him speak. Don't interrupt him. Because I knew right then and there, I said, oh, so you trying to interrupt him so he can't say what he's saying, because what he's saying is showing you the truth of what Zach, really is. So you trying to like block that, and I'm not gonna let that happen. And then, you squeeze a person, you see what's inside. As soon as I squeezed them, he started coming out with the F. Oh, F. I was like, boop, backstage in the playpen. It's like, and then he stayed in the playpen for a little, jumped out the window, and then he came back.
Yeah,
and that's when I was like,
guy.
Yep.
Yep. It was a guy named Paul Enslaved. Zach, similar to you, how he like collab with you. And then as soon as you question him just a little bit, then it's like the gloves are off. The guy Paul Enslaved, like he wouldn't like he had his own mind. He wouldn't just like go along with some of the things that Zach said, and he was letting that be known to Zach, and then eventually Zach just went on this. He started cussing at him and just went on this like emotional rant towards him. And Paul Enslave's response was, "See, if you like squeeze them enough, or if you push the issue enough, the false self dissolves and you see the real." And that's exactly what you were just saying. The point that you was making. If you squeeze them enough, the real will come out, the real self. Yep. And that's exactly what happened. And that dude, that goes right. It goes hand in hand with what Paul Enslaved was saying, man. And it's just funny how a lot of people see Zach for what he really is. Like all of these people can't be right. You're trying to tell me over like thousands of people against you, like you're trying to say that you're still right. You can't look yourself in the mirror. You're not able to just put your ego to the side and look in the mirror and say, damn, man, it might be me. I might be the issue. No, not him. All of us are stupid. All of us are trolls. All of us are haters. And we detracted from him because we're wrong and he's right. But a person with a sound mind a realist would be able to stop and think to themselves, man, all of these people can't be wrong. It might be me. They would at least entertain the thought. Not Zach, though. Not for 1 second.
Yeah, and you know, a real like you were saying, a realist is going to say, okay, let me analyze myself. All of these people are saying this. If I'm
Yeah.
really a truth seeker, I'm going to say, okay, where am I wrong? Like when Sally, I thought she was one of the trolls. This guy Calix, that he used to be cool with us, and then when I went over to the Machine live stream, he started attacking Mr. X in the chat, saying, "Oh, he's simping, all of this," and I was like, "Why, Calix? Why are you doing that?" Right? And then he tried to diss me, and I was like, "Okay, you know, cool." And then Seth Scales, he was saying stuff too, so I'm like, "All right, no problem." I told Machine I'm out, and Machine is cool. But then when we came over here, Sally was saying a lot of stuff in the chat, and I thought, okay, man, this might be Calix. And I think she got upset. She came on a stream. So I said, okay, it's a woman. And I told her, she goes, oh, well, you said, I said, listen, I said, I thought you were Calix and I was wrong. How much more, you know, boom, right there. I said, you know how many people can't say that I was wrong? And I'm like, look, I thought you was Calix. You on the thing now. And I see you have, obviously, you know, have a female voice. So I was wrong. And then she continued saying some stuff and then she hopped off. And I don't know if she's one of Zach's minions or if she's kind of in between, because she ran over there to like say some stuff, like trying to be like she was saying it even here, saying that, oh, you're very contradictory. You don't take the advice that you're telling other people. And I'm like, okay, tell me what? Tell me which advice that I'm saying that I don't live by. And she wouldn't say it. So I'm like, all right, so how am I supposed to know? So if you're telling me that I'm saying something and I'm being hypocritical, tell me what it is. And I noticed a lot of trolls do that. Like when I think it was Eric or something that was in earlier, he put a whole bunch of comments trying to defend why Sally is not racist. And, you know, okay, fine, great. But, you know, I've noticed people that try to push that they're not racist are usually racist. You know,
Yeah.
like, and I'm not saying everybody like that, but like if somebody were to tell me, hey, man, you know, I think you're racist and all of that. And I'm like, great, man. I tell you what, go to sleep tonight, dreaming that shit. I don't care. It's like you could think whatever you want to think. And when I let them know, I said, look, you know what that is? That's part of being a man. I already knew everything is going to be my fault. Whatever you want to say is cool. I am living in your mind without even having to, you know, it's like, I don't know what it is, but you know, you thinking about me too much. I'm not even thinking. I told the one guy, I said, look, man, Calix, I said, I don't know what it is. I said, maybe, you know, when I came on before and we had a little talk, it affected your life. For me, it was Tuesday. You know, for him, it's the most important day of his life, probably. And I tell a lot of people too, it's like, look, we're going to die. Most of the people that I love and care for have passed. So I really look at death as some serious stuff. It's like, I'm like, I look at things and I appreciate them so much more. And to sit and argue with people just doesn't make sense anymore. Because even if it was like, I look at it like, okay, let's just say he was gone. Something happened, a terrible accident or something. I wouldn't even, you know, I wouldn't say anything about him, because I'm not the type of guy to be like, oh yeah, you know, I'd be like, you know what? Okay. He's, you know, hey, you know what? I would like to maybe talk with him maybe again one time, but I don't think he wants to talk. I think he wants to stay in his position and throw rocks while he don't realize he's in a glass house. Everybody's in a glass house.
Yeah.
Saying you shouldn't throw rocks when you live in a glass house is kind of teaching people like, look, you know, ain't nobody above anybody else really. We all, you know, trying to make this journey going through life towards something we don't even know. And he had said a few things, but I think the thing that really bent him out of shape was that triangle picture when I tried to explain it to him. And I think he might have got offended because he just wasn't smart enough to see it. And it's like, look, you cannot see all. And I told him, I said, you can't be in three places at one time. So you're not going to be able to see these three different shadows. And then the other guy, Stone, would try to come out the next day, and I could say, and he tried to say something similar, and I was like, wow, this thing is really bothering them.
Yeah.
And the only reason it could be bothering them, it's like 2 + 2, and I'm saying, look, it's 4, and they're like, no, it's 5, and I'm saying, look, 2 - 2 is 4 - 2 is 2, and 2 + 2 is 4. You can check this answer. You got 4 apples. There's many ways to check this answer. 2 + 2 is 4. And they're like, nah. And I'm like, all right, just like I told Stonewood, I said, look, I showed you the illusion. I put up the screen. I opened up the sketchbook program, put it on. I said, okay, I'm going to cut out this little piece, slide it over here. You're going to see it's the same color. He's like, nah, it doesn't show that on my screen. I said, okay, I'm going to cover it with a white opaque thing and show you when I cover it and leave the 2 squares open, you're going to see that it's both the same color. And he couldn't accept it. This was the picture, matter of fact. Picture here.
He was lying the whole time. He saw it. He was lying.
Yeah, he saw it. Because I'm saying, look, you see the thing, and on the right, you see all 3 squares are brown. On the left, you see that square in the middle is actually orange. It looks orange, but it's brown. It's an optical illusion. And he started, I had the cover. He was telling me, oh, the one on the right is not the same picture, this and that. And I had to realize, I was like, this guy is trolling me. Scribe, what's up, man? Good to see you.
What's going on?
Yeah, man. Yo, Topsy came on and is dropping the knowledge on Zach, bro. He gave us a link to a channel where Zach was like saying very racist stuff against black people, like very, very racist stuff with a couple of years ago. And he said that's when he, eventually was like, look, he had to part ways with him. And he said he found the channel through Zach, but he doesn't mess with Zach anymore. And he was breaking it down, man. Like, and one troll tried to come on, and he, I had to put him backstage because he tried to interrupt. And then, he just jumped out the window after that. And we've had a couple in the chat trying to defend Count Zacula. And I didn't know Mr. Rex and Topsy was telling me that. Remember when I told you a little earlier that, he did a video, and I guess at the beginning part, he started talking a little stuff about, the last stream, but he also did a previous stream. They're saying, so this guy must have been, I guess he saw that I wasn't joining.
So what do you think triggered him? I mean, that's weird because he did all that stuff and he helped out, and all of a sudden,
I think it was
you questioning the Jesuits. It was you questioning.
I mean, I was going to say that because that's what MD told me, but I'm just reiterating that question. But yeah, you're right, because he's saying that's what it is and all this. I'm like, look, there's many different groups. I mean, they're just pointing at one specific group. I don't think it's not clear enough, that particular subject, and to be that adamant about it is kind of weird. But,
yeah, exactly.
No, I mean, yeah,
exactly.
Yeah.
So how do you know? How do you know? Yeah, I was asking, how do you know this? How do you know Zach?
For me, I've been a follower of his. I started following him in 2016, and I was an avid follower of his. I used to, like, when people used to come for Zach, I used to defend him. I was one of those up until about like 4 years ago. But it started before 4 years ago. It started like he first said some racist things about black people, and it was numerous occasions where he said it wasn't just one isolated incident. It was a handful of them, and I let it slide because people say that we play victim, or we get sensitive about that word. So I feel like I'm gonna just let it go.
Oh,
You
so
know?
he be dropping the N bomb and all that, or what?
Yeah, he said the N word. He's called black people circus creatures. He called us monkeys. He said a
Oh,
handful of
yeah.
things. Yeah, but I let it go, man. But it was just other situations that kind of like it was just like, all right, man, that's too many red flags for me. And probably 2020, maybe 2021 was when I was like, all right, I'm done with that. And then I started like questioning him on things, and that's what pretty much like ended the friendship, if you will, was because I started questioning him. Because like if you pay attention to him and his followers, people do nothing but sing his praises. Nobody ever holds him accountable for some of the things that he says or does. And if you do, then you're like you fall out with him immediately. Like you can't question him, you can't hold him accountable. It's none of that, or you're gonna fall out with him. And that's what happened. Me and him fell out, and it's been like that for like 4 years. I called into his show for the first time in a while, probably like 3 months ago, and he was saying how people were afraid to call in. And I called him. I let him know, man, like, man, Zach, nobody's afraid of you, man. Like, we'll call in. And I let him know that by calling in. And he's like, I know you will because you're stupid. I was like, why am I stupid? Because I question you. I hold you accountable. I hold Gematria accountable. And then he
So
asked me a
what
genuine.
was your thing about gematria? Like he does get pretty. I mean, there is
Um,
something to it, but the way he does it, I don't know if I'm fully agreeing because yeah, and
yeah, it's not. It's
you
not.
notice, yeah.
It's not what he like claims it to be. Like if you let Zach tell it, Gematria is everything, and he you can predict with it, and he rarely misses with his sports picks. Like if you let him tell it, but that's just not the case. And I've been around for a decade. I know I'm not some a newbie. Like I know this like for sure. Like I got a lot of experience with it. I've been sub to his Patreon. I've been sub to like the guy with the next biggest following, if I'm not mistaken, in the community is the guy Simple Truth. He also does gematria. There's a handful of guys Patreons I've been sub to, and I know for a fact that gematria is inconsistent. And outside of the sports picks, the predictions that they've made, people were supposed to die at a certain age, or you know, I told him this earlier. He in 2016 he predicted that Hillary would win over Trump, and that didn't happen. But if you talk to him right now today, he'll say that he had Trump, and that's just not true at all. And he also said that Obama would die as a sitting president. He said that Joe Biden wouldn't make it through his term. He said that Joe Biden would die, simply because he's old, and that didn't happen. He said that man, he's made a lot of predictions that didn't come through, man. But if you let him tell
That
it,
is crazy.
he,
That
he,
is
he
crazy.
he's rarely been wrong to let him tell it. Rarely.
What
And
a
that's just
scammer.
not true.
What a scammer. I'm sorry, but what a
Yeah,
scam.
man. And that's what I told you, man. The general consensus of him on social media is that he's a fraud and a scammer. Most people that have encountered Zach on social media, I can tell you, like 8 to 9 out of 10 people will tell you that about him, that he's a fraud and a scammer.
Yeah, and there's been people that looked it up in the chat. I think it was Seven Psychopaths and Timbo, and it was saying Zach's track record ain't looking good. And Sports Gematria is the channel Topsy hipped us to.
Yeah,
That
man.
channel that has him saying the N word and all of that, right?
Yeah. The N word. His track record, like he keeps track of all his wins and his losses. He knows the percentile, like he keeps track of all of it, and it's not like word of mouth. It's actually video. Like he documents, he records everything Zach streams, and he presents it to you. It's undeniable. You can't deny it. It's all documented. He's been doing this for like 5 or 6 years now.
Wow.
Because he was like, look at his name. His name was Sports Gematria. That was his name before he started calling Zach out, because he was also a follower of Zach. There's a lot of us that detracted from him. We were once avid followers of Zach, and then we eventually regressed because we saw him for what he really is. And anybody that is still hanging around, or like that still follow Zach, they either are just, I don't know, man. I don't want to call them stupid because I try not to go on those type of texts, but you know,
No,
they
it could be
they
that.
just
It could be
yeah, but
stupid, or it could
they
be they could be in on it, like Mr. Rex
yeah.
is saying.
Or
Yeah.
some people are loyal, you know, and I get that. I understand being loyal, but you also have to call things for what it is, man. And you know, just because I said this before, I said it again. Just because Zach exposed gematria, or Zach taught us gematria, doesn't mean that he can't be held accountable, man. And that's what it is. Like they feel like because he taught us gematria, because he exposed us to this knowledge, then that means that like never mind his mishaps and his transgression. Like just act like those don't happen, but just hold him in high regard because he taught us gematria. And I don't agree with that. I think that's wrong.
Yeah.
Really just said a bunch of numbers. I don't even know if he really taught anything, to be honest.
Yeah, and I'm just being like not trying to. I'm just being respectful.
Right.
Like I'm not even trying to be sarcastic. I'm just being respectful. You know, like
Yeah, but if it
because I
doesn't work, what is it that anybody learned if it doesn't really work? You know what I mean?
yeah, if you're not really improving your life financially, or if you're not able to stop the elites, then what is it really good for? Because
Nothing.
Okay,
13 years in, they have
so
not
can you give us,
slowed down at all.
yeah, so
Go
can
ahead.
you give us the full breakdown? So when was the point to where you're like, all right, I'm gonna call him out? Like when did that happen? Like
It,
you listen to it
because
or whatever.
it
Yeah.
was a handful of times where he would claim, um, like he would speak highly of gematria, or that he would claim predictions that he made that were right, but in actuality, he was wrong. And it was a handful of times he done that, and I was just like, you know what, man, I'm just gonna call him out on this. And when I did that, we fell out. Like he didn't, and I
Okay, but
wasn't
hold
like,
on. Were you a regular on the show, or did you say I'm gonna go on the show,
yeah, I
call
was
him
a
out?
regular. I was one of the guys. Like if you like, people couldn't believe it when I fell out with Zach because I was one
So
of
you
the
were like a
ones that was.
moderator for his channel, or
No, I wasn't a moderator, but I was one of the avid followers. I was one of the ones that,
okay, so you're a
like,
regular going on the show regularly
yeah,
for a
I was
while,
one of the, yeah,
and
man, I was
then
one of
all
the
of a
regulars.
sudden, after you heard this stuff, you're like, you know what, I'm gonna say something.
Yeah, it was just, I noticed it before a handful of times, but
Okay, so
when
walk us through it. So you're on the show, and you're like, you know what, I'm gonna say it right now. Like, how did you like, bring us into that? Like, we want to hear that.
I can't remember specifically what the topic was, but I just know that he was claiming a prediction that he got right, and he didn't get it right. And I was calling him out on that, and he didn't take kindly to that. He didn't like
So
that.
is this the first time you called him out? Because I'm saying I want the first time where it just got,
Yeah, that's
you
the
were there as
actual
a
first
regular.
time. Like it wasn't the first
First
time
time.
that I
Okay, so it's the
started.
first time you're calling him out on that particular prediction.
Yeah, and then
Okay.
after that, it like I became more consistent with calling him out, and then I eventually was labeled a hater and a troll.
No. Okay, you're fast forwarding. I want to know the specific time. The first time you said this is the first time you called him out on this
Yeah, it was
prediction, right?
it
Give
was
us
probably
that. Like what happened? Like you said something. Then how did he react to it?
it was just like when you start speaking the truth, is that he'll cut you off and hang up on you, and that's pretty much what it was. He hung up
Okay,
on me.
but I'm just asking you, bro. I'm just asking you, what did you say to trigger that? To say, look, I don't believe that, and then he must have had
No, I
some
just
visceral
simply called him
reaction.
out for falsely claiming a prediction that he got right. He didn't get right. That's what it
Okay, so
was.
how did he react to that?
He took offense to it. He didn't like it.
He
Just
kicked you from.
similar to how he took offense to Architect of Humanity
Okay, but the
questioning
reason
whether
the
it
reason
was
the, the reason why I'm trying to focus on that particular time is to call him out on, like, if there is something there, then you'll know his, like, if he has a visceral reaction or if he's like F you and all this, you know. So that kind of
gotcha.
tells you who he is right at that point, because you've been a regular, he respects you, right? And you're
Yeah,
simply saying, look, I don't agree with that. How did he
yeah.
react? That's really what,
He,
that
yeah,
really,
he
that's his
takes offense
character.
to that. Yeah, if you question Zach, if you're not lockstep with
Okay, but
everything
I'm
that he
asking you at
believes,
that particular moment if you can recall what happened. Like, how did he take it? Because that's important. Those details are kind of. That's why I asked the question originally, to see how was his first, like, oh, he's calling me out. He's never called me out. He's been on this show for a year. He's never done this. Like, what was his reaction?
Like he took offense to it. He didn't like it. He didn't take kindly to it.
And he kicked you off the stream too, right? Or
Yeah,
no?
yeah. He cut me off and he hung up on me.
Yeah.
Yeah. And you know what's funny, Scribe, is in the middle of this, right? While you asking this, Zach has one of his trolls in the chat saying, like, now he's trying to backpedal, saying Zach initially said Trump would win, and he deviated and jumped back almost immediately. It's like, and now you're saying so the same thing that Topsy is saying, they called him a hater for questioning him, for calling out, like, look, you said this was going to happen and that didn't happen, right? So now he's saying, oh, he's a hater, and he kicks him off the StreamYard, right? Fall of the Red is saying it right here. Topsy, it's like Fall of the Red is confirming what Topsy's saying.
Well, the reason I'm asking that is to get kind of like, if something, if I, let's say I'm on your show for a year and I, for the first time, I'm like, look, I'm going to call him out. You're going to remember what he said to you, right? You remember the reaction. What was his reaction? Was it visceral? Was it just nonchalant? Was it, good or bad? That's what I'm trying to ask Topsy to see. Was there merit in you calling him out? Well, what was his defense? Do you at least remember, like, he lashed out, or did he just like calmly say something, or what did he say?
Yeah, it wasn't full on lash out. It was just, he took offense to it, but he didn't lash out. And then before I could finish what I was saying, he just cut me off and hung up on me. And then eventually, like after that, I would just consistently call him out on things, and then that's when I was started to be labeled a hater and a troll.
I'm just trying to get like a specific context. Like, you're giving me the outcome, but I'm asking you, okay, what happened during that time? What did he say specifically that you found? Oh, this guy just wants to, he doesn't want to take this seriously. I'm just disagreeing with this because of X, and he's not taking it seriously. Like, the reaction. What's up?
I think he was saying that he let him slide, like when he said a few racial stuff, and he was still, a follower. So he was there for
but at this time it wasn't a racial thing. It was specifically
but so now he already was suspicious, and Topsy was already, in the camp for a couple of years. And it's like, Samuel is hilarious. It just, so what he's saying is that
I know, I'm sorry about that, but
I gotta agree with Samuel. I'm sorry, man. It's the same question
I'm
over
trying
and
to
over.
get context, man. That's all I'm trying to get.
What happened? He hung up on him. That's what happened.
Like, I was holding him accountable for claiming a prediction that he got right. He didn't get it right, and he didn't full on lash out on me. He just, like, it was a little back and forth. It wasn't nothing like aggressive, but eventually, like, before I could finish making my point, he hung up on me.
Yeah, he hung up.
And then,
okay, so it was somewhat cordial. It wasn't lashing out, and it wasn't okay.
And then when he did it again, that's when he started calling him a hater.
Yeah, right? That's when the name called it. When I became more consistent with it, like, man, I'm just gonna keep it real with him and just call him out for when he's wrong. And when I started doing that, that's when it's, oh, he's a hater, he's a troll. And it's simply because I'm holding you accountable, which is what people in the truth, that's what we're supposed to do. You're supposed to hold them accountable, man.
Exactly.
And they don't like that. That's why they call me a hater and a troll. Simply because again, man, y'all don't have to take my word for it. There's plenty of videos on Sports Gematria page, man. You can see it firsthand yourself. You don't have to take my word for it. You don't have to take his defender's word for it. You don't have to take his word for it. Go see it yourself.
Yeah. So see, that's the beautiful thing. You're letting us know, and then there's proof behind it. And another form of proof is the fact that one of the trolls in the chat is literally saying exactly what you're saying that he called you. Just do repeat, same thing. It's like he's confirmed. That is.
Okay, so let me ask real quick. So after this, did that start? Did you come back on, or you just like I'm out, or did you keep?
No, that was it. Me and Zach have not seen eye to eye since then. We have not seen eye to eye.
That was it. That's it. After that stream, you were just like,
the last time we had any form of communication was about 3 months ago, And I was explaining to him why, because I had said it a few minutes ago. He was saying people were afraid to call in, and I called in to show him that I'm not afraid to call in and speak to you. And he was asking me, well, why do you think it is that people don't understand this or get this? And I was telling him that people need more than numerical alignments to actually believe that there's a secret group of people controlling things behind the scenes and killing people. Like, extraordinary claims require extraordinary evidence. I think everybody can come to the same conclusion that there are elites that control what direction society goes in. But when you're saying that they're controlling things numerically and that they're killing people, then it's like, all right, well, like, you need a little bit more proof than saying, you see how these numbers align and you see how this word equates to this number. That means that the elites got to be killing people. Like, that's not enough. People need actual proof or a smoking gun that gives more validity to this claim. And he didn't like that either, and eventually he hung up on me.
Yeah, but in the end, you are correct, because a lot of people they'll take pieces of knowledge and they'll try to obsess over it, so people get really caught up into it, and they'll get stuck in this limited, knowledge factor to just stick with it and not understand the full thing. If you're messing with witchcraft or whatever, because there is a numerical thing with that, and there are certain numbers and all these things. We know there's sacred geometry. We know that it goes much deeper. But people, when they want to get involved, they think they're going to mess with that and think that it's not going to have an outcome or a repercussion. So yeah, it seems like he got caught up, with that and started making predictions. I mean, the whole Trump thing. I had my own prediction. I even said on the show. I just said it because I was going by just common sense. I wasn't going by killing the chicken or praying under something under the moon or whatever. It was just straight common sense and saying, okay, it sounds like after the jab thing, this is going to happen, whatever, and all that. So I went by that. I didn't go by any certain number or prediction or anything like that. I went by using my mind. So,
You know what else that Topsy was saying, that Zach had made predictions for a number, and this guy put a lot of money on it, like a lot, and then it didn't come through, and the guy ended himself, and it was due to that prediction. And then when they asked him, do you feel partially or responsible for that, Zach was like, no. So basically, he's responsible, because I mean, it's like, you think about it, it's like, man, how could you, people are going to do stupid stuff. They
Exactly.
Yeah, and it's like, and this dude is going to do that, throw all his stuff into that, because I could see how Zach is. That's when I was saying he gives me a little bit of the Alex Jones kind of vibe, like he just constantly preaching, like, oh, like, and he'll get somebody like, okay, I'm gonna put the money on it, and this dude must have believed it to a point where he put everything on it, and it didn't come through, and he ends up ending himself, and now Zach is just, saying, nah, that ain't his fault. And so he has no proof of, saying, okay, I can predict something, or here is the receipts to the win. But there is proof of somebody putting their money on something and it not coming through and that person ending itself. So if we look at results, we say, okay, in 6 years, like Topsy said, he was with them for 6 years, from 2016 to 2022 is when the falling out happened, right? Like 2022.
Yep.
Yeah. So, so he wasn't just there for a year or two. He was there. So when he fell out with Zach, a lot of people were like, yo, like, it's like, holy smoke, somebody that's been here so long. And did Rambo fall out before you fell out with him?
No, this is before I fell out with Zach. Yeah, Rambo fell out with him before I fell out with Zach.
Okay, so and the same thing, Rambo questioned him, and that's what started it.
Yeah, he took offense to something that Zach said, and he like called Zach out on that. And if you know anything about Rambo, he's not an aggressive, like, rah-rah guy. Like, he just like man to man, like yo, Zach, I don't agree with this.
Was it the racial thing or something prediction?
No, I don't think it was anything racist. It was just something that I don't know if it was something offensive that he said about Rambo, or it was just something in general. and Rambo didn't agree with it. He didn't appreciate it, and he called Zach out on it. And from there, Zach just went on full ad hominem mode on him, and they fell out. Yeah.
Yeah, that's and I noticed that happened quick with me and him, because as soon as that triangle photo, when I was showing the shadows, that was the beginning of the falling out. When he's like, "Oh no, that's the Jesuits," and I said, "No, you're not understanding it. The Jesuits and the America and Israel, they're not each individual shadow. What you're seeing is the triangle, and each side of that triangle, that's what you're telling me. I'm seeing it and I'm seeing a square. Whoever else is looking top down, if it's X, is seeing the circle. So this shape that we don't know what it is, we all collaborating and saying, look, this is what we're seeing. I'm seeing a square, you seeing a triangle, Mr. X is seeing a circle. And then I brought it into even deeper, where they have 6 perspectives on the lower right, where I'm saying, look, if somebody else is looking at an angle, they might see the triangle with a little bit of circle, like a teardrop. Somebody might see the square with a curved edge like the circle if they're looking at it at the mid angle. But we're each seeing a different angle. And he was stuck in, no. I'm seeing, all of it is the Jesuits. And I'm like, look, you're not understanding the meaning of this. And I think it might have offended him, because it's kind of like trying to explain something to somebody, and like, for lack of a better word, you don't want to say, look, man, you just, you're too stupid to understand this. But it's not really being stupid. It's saying, like, it could be attributed to that, but
I don't know if it's stupidity, if it's more like the traits of a cult leader. It's like the cult leader wants you to agree with whatever he says. You know what I mean?
No, remember, it's not
Exactly.
a stupidity thing. The thing is, people have that bias already in their head. So even if they hear a truth, they'll put it off in the little box aside. They'll believe,
But
even if it directly conflicts with their own thing.
But what's crazy about it
made up
is
their mind.
he gets on people about that, especially religious people, because they're so strong in their beliefs. Like he criticizes them for that, but you do it yourself. Like, you're so dug into the it's the Jesuits, 201, it's the Jesuits.
Yeah.
So it's like,
Yeah.
you're
201.
no different from the religious people.
Yeah. And what's so funny is you saying that yesterday or the day before, when I started the stream, Mr. X threw up in the chat. He goes, it's the Jesuits 201.
Yeah.
And I highlighted it and was laughing. And it was hilarious, because the fact that you're bringing this up too, it shows, like how you were saying, when it's not just one person, when other people start to collaborate and say, wait a minute, you notice that too? Then it's like, and I'm so glad it happened soon, because I was like, okay, this is great. He's, promoting the channel and all of that, but he was doing it, because when I was on a show, he, I guess, was so impressed that I'm used to running a show. So when he left me on the show, I was running a show like if it was my show, and I was talking about stuff that made sense. And then I guess when, he came back and he was like, yeah, I really like, some of the stuff you're saying and this and that. And I was like, wow, he promoted it. And I didn't know, like, I forgot the name of the stream, but I think it was something, because he puts all of his streams have like this conspiracy or this conspiratorial vibe. Like, he'll have a picture or something. And so I jumped on for that, and I said, okay, he's got the link in there. And I guess when he looked at the channel, he started seeing, like, okay, I had a lot of live streams with good topics. And he was telling people, he goes, look, I really like the topics. He was listening to a lot of stuff, telling me, like, on Monday night, I forgot what the topic was, but he liked it. And he goes, I found out, what I'm going to be listening to on Monday night, kind of like that. And I was like, yeah, I appreciate it, And then other people, I was getting little comments here and there, like, kind of like, be careful, watch out for him, like they knew, just like what you were saying, they knew there was going to be a falling out eventually. So like how you were saying, you heard the way I was speaking, so you knew I'm not just going to be just like a follower. And the fact
immediately, as soon as I realized how you think, I was like, oh yeah, this ain't gonna last long. Just knowing who Zach is, I knew it
He's
immediately when I
recruiting you.
talked to him. Before I ever spoke a word to you, man. Just watching you for like the last 2 or 3 weeks, I said, oh yeah, this is not gonna last. Just knowing who he
The
is.
fact that the fact that he had you hosting the stream, he was recruiting you. That's blatantly obvious now.
Well,
That's what he wanted.
I don't know because he was getting ready to go pick up his daughter. And I guess it must have been like, 10 minutes, because it was like maybe the neighbors watching the kid or something. Because he goes, look, I'll be back in 10 minutes. And this guy, Matthew, was on the stream and I was on the stream. He pulled us both up at the same time. And then Matthew just dropped off. I don't know if maybe his connection or whatever. So I was there by myself and Zach had left, but I knew he was listening. I figured he was. And I said, oh, great. So I just started talking about just the normal stuff like I talk on this show, and he was really liking it. So then after he came back, he goes, that was really great what you were saying, this and that. We spoke for like maybe 5 minutes, 10 at the most. And he usually, from what I see, he brings one person on at a time. So he was like, all right, what's your channel? Matter of fact, we might have spoke for about 10 minutes after because he pulled up the channel. He was showing people the channel, like on the thing. Yo, check the channel out. Okay. So then I left and I was like, all right. And then he started mentioning it. And then he came over to our stream. He was in the chat and then he jumped on the stream like, you were here. And then I think being on the stream 2 or 3 times, that's when he was like, hey, I'm going to stream live. You don't have the thing clicked where I can stream to my channel. So Scribe showed me, okay, this is what you got to do. I had to check a box or something to let other people stream. So that was checked. So then the next time we streamed, he automatically started streaming it to his channel. And then he jumped on the panel. So he was here with us while it was streaming to his channel. And he did that for, I think, about 3 streams. Like he did every other stream. Like the next day I streamed, and then the day after, boom, he streamed it to his, he jumped on for a little bit. And I think one of them, he stayed like, it was like 3 or 4 hours. So I was like, man, I was like, okay, this is like, really cool that this guy is so open and friendly. And then that one thing hit. It was the 201, the Jesuits, and I was just like, yeah. And that's when he, and the big thing was the triangle thing, because I was like, look, you're seeing it from this perspective, and I'm not saying that what you're seeing is not, true or whatever. I'm saying this is what you're seeing, the triangle. Now, from my perspective, I'm seeing the square. From Mr. X, he's seeing the circle. So somebody else might look at it from an angle, see a different thing, but we're seeing it from our perspectives. And when we combine those perspectives, now we're going to get a better idea of what this object, the object being, the triangle thing, but the object is really representing reality, to say, okay, what do you see going on? And his whole thing is Jesuit 201.
Yeah.
It's like, okay.
201. Yeah.
And even if it was the Jesuits, let's say it was. For 13 years now, you've been pushing that narrative. Where has it gotten you? Yep. If anything, your movement has regressed. You used to get hundreds of thousands of views. You used to have more followers, and a lot of people have regressed from the movement. So if this knowledge is so powerful as you claim it to be, why would people regress from the movement? And why haven't the Jesuits like pumped the brakes on what they're doing? If it's so powerful,
comical too. It's like the Jesuits. Okay, now that was week sports picks. I mean, it's like it's a comedy show. To be honest with you.
Yeah, man.
Like how can people fall for this? I wonder sometimes.
Well, I think that's where he mixes in the conspiracy, because that's what attracted me to jump on a stream, because it wasn't the numbers. And when I caught the stream, he was talking about some conspiracy thing. And that's what made me jump on, because if it was the numbers, I might not have jumped on. And I was like, oh, this looks kind of interesting. I saw the link. I was like, all right. And then I realized he was keeping people backstage, because usually like this, I'll let everybody on all at once. With him, he was like, okay, I got so-and-so, and this guy backstage. And then when I jumped on, he goes, okay, I got this guy, and maxed out. And then he popped it on. you know, I went on, I guess, you know, he was getting ready to go do that, you know, pick up his kid. And that's how it all kicked off. And I was just like, wow, look at that. And just, he, I guess him coming over and checking the stream and promoting it, that's might have been when he was like promoting it, like trying to maybe recruit me. But the crazy thing is that I think what protected me was me not knowing about gematria. So it was like I was immune because I was saying, well, I don't want to learn. You know, it's not that I don't want to learn. It's like, you know, I understand it has an effect, the numbers and all that, numerology, but I'm doing this, and I appreciate, you know, okay, the conspiracy stuff, great, but just not really being it wasn't drawing me to it. And also it was very confusing because I'm saying, okay, you're saying that this happened, it was 111 days, you know, and then this happened, and this is the number 68. You know,
it was a million numbers.
Yeah,
that's another way. That's another way he loses people. He go on these long-winded tangents of just spewing a bunch of numbers, and it's like, I see why people don't attract to this, man. Like, slow it down. You have to dumb it down for people if you want them to fucking
silent.
Yeah.
You take 16 divided by 3, you get blah blah blah, blah and this 42, and then you add 1, and then all right, I'm tuned out by that. You know what I mean? It's like no more. You know?
Yeah. He kind of it. You know, I think that's what protected me, because I told him, I said, look, it's a little confusing. I just want to know. You know, I said, if this is, you know, real, which of course the numbers and the numerology is real, gematria, but how, like, if you're telling me the stuff about the September 11th, it would make sense that if you could tell me before it happened, like, yo, don't go to work if you work in the trade center, you know, because I got all these numbers and it's adding up and it's on this day. And, you know, okay, they look like in 11, the two things. But also when we had on Mr. Sosa, Armand Sosa, he made a good point. He goes, it looks like tuning forks. He goes, and if you resonated, so he was actually, you know, proposing different ideas. But it seems like with Zach, as soon as you bring up anything different, now you're on the hit list. And he's trying to do a hit piece on you. It's like, okay.
And he's not making any predictions about the future. You notice that it's always about the past. It's like he hasn't said anything like what's going to happen soon, like this Israeli conflict or what's going on with the wars. Nothing. I mean, absolutely nothing.
He had a debate with the guy. I forgot his full name. His name is Andrew. He does debates. This was like a year or so ago, and he was calling Zach out and saying how it's all about like cherry picking and using confirmation bias. And he was asking Zach to, you know, like, we don't want to hear any of that stuff that you got to say. Zach was trying to give him this whole spiel about things that have played out with the numbers, and he was asking him, just make a specific prediction right now. And Zach kept filibustering. He couldn't, like, he wouldn't do it. And then eventually he said that there would be a loss of jobs. This was in 2024, at the end of 2024, I think. And he said that at the end of 2024, we would lose 4.7 million jobs, because to him, 47, Trump and 47 is like a really strong like synchronization. And he thinks that 47 is riddled all throughout Trump's life. And he's saying because Trump was a sitting president, he was saying that, or Trump was about to become the president, that he was saying that at the end of the year, we would lose 4.7 million jobs. And it didn't happen. And yeah, the dude, Andrew, you know, he just kept holding Zach's feet to the fire. And if you talk to Zach right now, he'll tell you that he won that debate, and he did not. He got smoked. The dude, Andrew, smoked him. He killed him. And yeah, man, it's only good to look at things retrospectively. But will you, every now and again, will you get lucky? Yes, you know, but it doesn't have much predictive power. And he, like, one of his claims to fame is that they said that Moderna stocks would spike during COVID. And it was like, man, are you serious? Moderna during COVID, during a pandemic? Of course it's like that's gonna happen, bro. And it's just a lot of things, man. It's just like, I don't know. He doesn't really help himself when he like, if you let him talk long enough, you'll see like the fraud for what it is.
But you know what's scary about the whole thing is that people who listened to him in the past, like they absorbed pretty much useless information.
Yeah,
At the end of the day, that's all they did was absorb complete. Like we had a stream, you had a stream about this, MD, useless information, and this is a prime example of it. Useless,
Yep.
gets nowhere.
And
You know,
I think maybe he thought I was taking a jab at him on that, but because somebody jumped in the chat and they did it today and yesterday when I did the useless information one, and they go, "Is this stream about Zachary Hubbard?" And I'm like, I'm like, wow. So they're like either trolling or they're just waiting to run back and report to him. Like, and I'm thinking, well, I'm just doing a stream on useless information. And he might think of it as that, but again, that's the ego. I mean, it just shows me how fragile. It's like, wow. It's like, I'm thinking like from a mature adult standpoint, saying, wait a minute, don't you have a wife and a kid? It's like, what the heck are you even caring about what somebody else thinks about you?
yeah,
It's like you got a kid and a wife. It's like that should be your main concerns in life. It just raising your kid. Okay, whatever you're doing the YouTube to make money, but it's like, and that also makes me think. It's like, why are you putting your kid up on YouTube? It's like you're selling. It reminded me of Lennon Honor, even though Lennon is cool, but it's like he got like 5 or 6 kids, and they would have the whole Lennon Honor family. And I'm like, dag, man, it's like, it's kind of cringy to say, one, he was saying how people were trolling him. It's like, okay, if people are trolling you, well, then why are you putting up pictures with you and your kid?
that's right.
It just doesn't make sense. It's like that's some stupidity type of stuff. It's like, look, if you really wondering about this stuff, I'm over here looking out for your safety. Like he might even take this and try to twist it, like, oh, this and I'm like, no, I'm saying this as a responsible adult because obviously he's not a responsible adult, and it's saying, look, man, save those pictures for your family album. You're putting them out here from the world. I know what you're doing. You're trying to sell your family, that whole family image, so you can seem like a wholesome type of guy. But
Yep.
that's not what it is. You're not that.
No,
You're a
not at
very
all.
vindictive. Just the fact that he snaps back the way he does is
Yeah,
just
and
like,
it can be pretty nasty too.
yeah,
He's going on some really crazy rants, man, talking about people should die, and he said a lot of stuff, man. It's like, man, like, but you're supposed to be this wholesome guy that's all about like humanity and stuff like that, but he said some pretty like controversial things, man.
Yeah, I mean, if he's saying anybody should die, that's a very, very bad thing to say, man. It's like,
Yeah,
yeah, it's like, why would you even, even if you don't like the person, whatever, it's like that's very extreme to say something like that.
It is, but that's his true colors, and you got to accept it.
Yeah, yeah, they start coming out when they show you who they are. You
Mhm.
got to believe them, because if you don't believe them, it opens the door. I mean, the fact that we got somebody in the chat that's defending him, it says so much. It's like that might be him incognito. I mean,
Probably.
it really makes me wonder, like, yo, it's confirming what Topsy's saying. The fact that the one guy that came on the stream tried to interrupt, and I sensed right there, I said, oh, he's interrupting because he doesn't want Topsy to say what he's going to say. So, and then he started bringing up like, oh, I was here first and I should have got this, like, oh, I know you're not, I'm thinking in my head, I know you're not trying to come out your face with that because I got my finger on the button,
I had only been on for like 5 minutes.
Yeah, you know what I'm saying? And he immediately, and when he came on, before you came on, he had said the F word. And I said, hey, we try to keep it a little, like a little clean here. And then he's like, immediately challenged me on it. Like, well, they say that most intelligent people will use curse words. And I said, well, actually it's the opposite.
Yeah, I was about to say that's the opposite.
Yeah. So he immediately tried to gaslight me. And then when you hopped on and then you started telling the truth about Zach, when he tried to jump in, and that's when I was like, hold up a second, don't interrupt him. And then I think you started saying stuff, and he he came like, and then I was like, okay, what do you got to say? And then he started with the F again. And I said, look, didn't I just tell you not to curse? And that was the trigger point when he got squeezed. And that's when he said like F this. And he was saying, I think like F you. And that's when I was like,
He said the B word.
yep. And it's like right back into the playpen. He jumped, off, and then he jumped back on in the backstage. And I'm like, I ain't letting him back on. It's like, you already showed your true colors. That other guy set scales from this other stream, did that the other day. And he's just like, oh, I can answer the question to the stream. I'm like, look, I don't need you to answer the question to the stream. It's like, and he's like, oh, well, when did I disrespect you? And I'm like, well, when I was over on the other stream with Mr. X, you was in the chat, talking all this stuff. And now you're over here trying to act like you can answer the question that we have for the topic. I forgot what it was, but it was a couple of days ago. And I'm like, as if we need you to answer the question. I said, ain't nobody asking you to answer the question. We were sitting here speculating. And now that I know who you, how you act, your behavior, that's it. It's over. And they think, that because, okay, I don't know, for some reason, like somebody wants to hear their opinion. And I'm like, look, man, not over here. I'm like, there's no sense for that. It's like, if we know you and we're saying, okay, you're a cool dude, even if you don't agree and you voice something totally different, that's cool. But,
right.
From what he did when you were in the chat the other day, when Calix and them were attacking you, and then he had said that stuff and he's like, oh, you talking too much when I was talking to the Machine Lies. And I'm like, all right, because he was on our stream, set scales like maybe last month or something. And, he's kind of religious, but he doesn't know, like, I could see, like, there's so many people on the internet with trauma that had to realize when they come on and they start saying stuff. And I realized, I said, yeah, this is some stuff like whenever they say they know something for sure, that's the red flag. It's like, really? So you know that? Like me and Hyperborean got into it, and Hyperborean is cool as F. He is a cool dude. He does see things differently when he's like, oh, you can't, and you and him were agreeing more when he said you can't have nothing. Nothing can't exist because if it's space, it will still be, if there's nothing in the space, the space itself is something. And I'm like, okay. And then I started pressuring him with the why question, and he would be like, oh, well, this is like this. And I'm like, okay, why? And he's like, well, and I'm like, okay, why? How do you know that to be true? And then it eventually, whenever you ask somebody something about existence, where we came from, where we're going, if you ask, okay, so where we came from, how do you know if that's true? So even if it's evolution, they'll be like, oh, well, the cell. I'm like, all right, do you have any proof of that? And of course they don't. So now they start to get a little agitated. And it's like, okay, so the bottom line, I already know the answer. You have to say you don't know because nobody knows. So if you're telling me that for sure, it's like when they say the near-death experience, and I'm like, okay, so you telling me that you had a near-death experience. It's like, really? It's like, do you think a woman, if she said she had a near pregnant experience, would you like, how do you even like comprehend that? You're either she's either pregnant or she's not. There's no almost pregnant. There's like, you pregnant or you not. That's it.
Yeah.
So with near death, it's like, okay, you either dead or you're not. And I understand that's kind of like a harsh parameter, but there's so much people that try to, they try to like religious people, I understand. It's like, okay, you believe that this is going to happen because that's your belief. It's not 100% truth because, it's your belief. You don't know. You want that to happen, but you don't know. All right, cool. But when they say no, it's for sure, heaven and all this stuff. And I'm like, okay, cool. That's your belief. No, it's true. I'm like, okay, how do you know it's true?
Well, a belief doesn't need a burden of proof, though, if it's a belief.
Yeah, exactly. But they quickly shift from belief to this is true. So they'll start off like a lot of the evolutionists will start off and say, oh, they're agnostic. And it's like, really, you saying you're agnostic, that means you don't know, but you're really like an atheist, because you're claiming that life started by chance, and everything changes into each other. And I explained it many times that all of that stuff boils down to racism. It all boils down trying to tell people that, oh, people of color are closer to apes than other people.
It's true.
You see it in the culmination, and they don't like that. They don't like when you bring that up, because it crushes their whole thing. And they're like, well, but yeah, the science, it's like, that ain't science. It's
That
like,
ain't science. That's a religion.
yep, exactly. And then they're like, oh, well, explain. I'm like, I shouldn't have to explain it to you. You was just telling me you knew how everything started. And now you want me to explain it to you. You don't want me to explain it to you. You want to sit here, and anything I say, you want to say, well, I don't believe that or something. Well, science isn't based on belief. It doesn't matter if you believe it or not. If the airplane's flying, don't matter if you believe an airplane can fly or not. It's flying. So they, and then they'll, the technical science. I'm like, you see, technical science, we can at least test an airplane. We can. You can't test no billions of years old and stuff like that. It's like, and this is where I did get some of those vibes from some of Zach's followers, but it's no big thing. I figured he's still,
it's all part of the game. It's all part of the game.
Yeah. And I'm so glad, because Topsy, he crushed this so hard, because now I don't think Zach was expecting that, because I was just thinking, all right, we talk about, feeding people the truth, talking about the dangers of it, of, how people, and then Topsy came on, and just now it's like, it kind of like, it's kind of like Zach's worst nightmare, because this is all coming to pass, because I wouldn't have known about sports gematria. The other page, the other dude, I think only has like music, so he's not like letting Zach talk. It's just like a picture, I think. But this one's good. I'm gonna check those videos too.
I'm gonna check them too. Yeah, I'm looking forward to
that. Please do, man. It's all there.
Yeah, man, I appreciate it, man. It says 2:01 here in New York City.
Oh man, 2:01. Oh God,
man, it's kind of I got to get up early. And Mr. Man, Topsy, man, I can't thank you enough, man. Thank you so much for coming on. And
for sure, man. I just I saw it for what it was, man, and before it even happened, and I just, once it happened, I felt like, man, I got to call in, man, because
please come back, Topsy. You made the show today. You made the show.
You really did.
He does that way too much, man. Where he just, if somebody doesn't believe how he believes and what he believes, then F them, fall out with them. And it's like, you can't be about the truth and about the community if that's how you approach things, man. You can't be.
Yeah. No, you definitely hit it, man. And I stream every night, man. Usually like between 10 and 10:30, sometimes if I'm late, 10:30, but every night. And now that I'm not gonna like directly roast them, but I'm definitely gonna, tomorrow night it's gonna be, if anybody else that wants to speak about it, yeah, it's on. It's like, I'm still gonna do my regular stuff. I'm not gonna concentrate on Zach, to where it detracts, but it's gonna be like, all right, he wants to play around with this, everything is Jesuit and everything. So I'm gonna analyze it. And honestly, it seems like he don't like when people analyze it. So that's what's gonna happen. So yeah, it's gonna be good, man. Yeah, I appreciate it, man. I'm on everybody in the chat, man. Thank you so much. I even thank the trolls in the chat. Thank you for being there. And that's that's showing them that, look, this is what being mature is like. We ain't afraid of opinions. We're not afraid of you defending Zach. Hey, you bring it, say it, do whatever you want. Other people gonna talk about it. Yeah, but it's getting kind of late, man. Alexis jumped on late, man. Yo, he got totally exposed. Topsy exposed him for like, I mean, it just on another level, man. It just And Timbo says, honestly, he got the same feeling that Topsy had. It was just a matter of time. Was glad to see MD get a bit more exposure, though. Thank you, man. Yeah, I appreciate that, man. I really do, man. Yeah, Zach, Zach is it seems like he's a scammer, bro. Definitely. Matter of fact, there's a channel called Sports Gematria. I had put the link here. Let me put the name. But the link is in the chat. Wait, let me see if I can find the link again so I can repost it. Because YouTube doesn't let you go back too far. It'll prevent that. I'm trying to see where I had put it in the chat. Wait, man, I might still have it on the paste. Oh, it is. Okay. That's it right there on the paste. So if you check this, Zach was doing some racist stuff, and it's on this channel. And Topsy had exposed it. He was saying some very racist stuff about black people. I'm gonna check it too. Yeah, he's not, man. Yeah, he's it's messed up, man. It's messed up. When you check this, Alexis, definitely tomorrow we're gonna go deep on it, man. But yeah, everybody in the chat, man, thank you for being here. Topsy, thank you again.
For sure, man.
Yeah, y'all have a good
nice meeting.
Yeah, nice meeting you too, brother. We'll definitely talk tomorrow and every other night as much as I can do it, bro.
Let's do it.
All right.
I'll be here.
Peace.